Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Happy Saturday. Welcome in. Apologies, I'm late. I thought I had time and then I didn't, and I was like, oh shit, it's 11:30 and I'm not even like anywhere near ready to start stream yet. So I apologize. And then yeah, even at 1 o'clock I was like, oh fucking hell, I'm almost not going to make it, but it be what it be. Welcome in, Smedley. Good to see you, dude. GG's on first. How's it going? Right, let me clear the chat because I need to be able to see when I get a new message. Oh shit, I just deleted someone's message. Sorry. Excuse me. It doesn't clear overnight, this thing. Good to see you. It's good to see you, Smedley. How you doing? I hope you're well. Grab that and grab that. There we go. Right, let's continue the game. Vertical stream is working, even though nobody watches it. Turn the preview off. Save this monitor because it was very expensive. Right, it is 8:31 on day 4. So I think other than... Because, yeah, we went in there and that person isn't there yet, so we can't talk to them about sharing the space with the Anodic music heads. But I might be able to go back and speak to them. Find a starving artist to become their patron. We made the call reporting the crime. Inspect the victim. We're going to ignore that. Call your stations Lazarus. Find booze and drink it. After the initial, yeah, we're going to have to ignore that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, actually, what we need to do is we need to be near Kim's motor carriage.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Shadow Blood King, welcome in. GG's on second. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, excuse me. It's not too bad, it's not too bad. Yeah, I woke up this morning feeling pretty rough. I thought, right, I'll get up, get out the door, go for my walk, go to the shop, pick up the things that I need. Smoothie, iron brew, sandwich, you know, stuff I can nibble on in my breaks. And I got back and I was unpacking everything and I looked and I was like, holy shit, it's 11:30. I'm not going to get the stream started by midday. So I'd pinged the Discord. I was like, sorry, everybody, I'm going to be a bit late. But I'm here, croissant, coffee, lovely people in chat, so yeah. Thanks, just getting ready to head home. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend once you get home.
Of course. What is her number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Excuse me.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
Just wait. Relax.
Excuse me. Have you got anything planned? Because yes, I'm not playing golf. Oh, I forgot to text my friend. Fuck. I'm not playing golf tomorrow. So I'm going to stay in and watch the Formula 1. I need to text my friend. Can you not put your arse on my keyboard, please, Baba? I know you want to be the centre of attention the second I start the stream.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you? No, not me. No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, And there's one further down the coast. Got it?
Excuse me. My microphone the right volume? I'm not really in the yellows. It's strange. Excuse me.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the court. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know,
Excuse me.
what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here. I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. With the Union. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, go on. You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Excuse me.
Why not?
Dennis, welcome in.
Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now. Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was
Excuse me.
eating and...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them.
Drama.
You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that. People tried to back away from you, or even slip out of the door, but you screamed, "I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation."
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, big bucks cannot lie, and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask. Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective?
It's perfectly fine. A perfectly reasonable response to all of my behaviour.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags, when she was still working there.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit. The stuffed bird, the great skua, you threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. It was a pretty bird, there since I started working in whirling. I really liked her. We call her Scotty. Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I've ever seen. And I had seen so many
Encoding
assholes
overloaded?
in
What are you talking about? Don't start this shit with me. Seriously, don't start this shit with me. I'm not in the fucking mood. Apologies if we just dropped a few frames. I don't think we did. I'll reset everything and keep an eye on it. But yeah, let me know.
I've had
I think it's okay.
Union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you... well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now. We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody. To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know.
Bear with me a moment. I'm just going to check. Dream Health. Excellent on YouTube. But Twitch, we had a bit of a blip there. I think it's all right now. But yeah. Let me know, chat. Let me know if we get any any issues.
And then you screamed something about the end of all times and how everyone is a piece of shit. And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself. No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. Oh, all sorts of things. From disco, rock too. So much disco and rock. Yes, that's the one you like to sing along to the most. The later it got, the more that one came on.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised. What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
Firewalker? Oh, yes, you are. Just don't breathe in the general
I
direction.
believe is a
of
German
your
name.
fire.
It means God dear. Okay. Mein Lieb.
Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a deep, diaphragmatic breath in and...
It would be an artistic statement of some kind or another. Self-immolation has been all the rage in Lomangpang for a while now, especially among university students. It is particularly popular in Koh Hoi, where such acts get the most press. Young religious people protesting on the Seraise government, which they consider to be oppressive. It's also got something to do with the encroaching Occidental influences on the local way of life. You have to not like a lot of things to set yourself on fire.
have to not like a lot of things to set yourself on fire.
You can still be. There's time. Anyway, answer the man.
Sounds more like a newspaper headline that will surprise absolutely no one. Now, do you have any current, pressing medical problems? And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile?
Sort of. But by God does it burn in your chest.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life.
Accept.
He's just like, yeah,
Your body is an
you might
object.
die because of
Objects break.
how you live your life.
Do
Yeah.
what good you can with yours before the rest goes too.
My microphone quieter than usual. Turn that up a little bit, sorry. It's yeah. Doesn't seem like it's getting into the yellow as much as it used to, which is concerning because I did update OBS before stream, well last night actually, but you know.
Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her. That's what the guys say, officer. That some chick pumped you and then dumped you, threw you away like an empty juice carton.
Don't take it personally. There just wasn't any juice left in your carton, pal.
You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional with a constant idiot emergency on my hands. What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body? You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime.
So it's political. You're being neglected because of political reasons.
And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate. It looks like Mactorson.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
10-4, come in. Fireworker, over. 10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over. 10-4, sir. Sorry, but I'm under orders to give a negative to request for personal information. Over. 10-4. Orders are still orders. Anything else? Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
I think I'm going to play Heartworm after this. Because, yeah, I keep seeing trailers for it. And I'm like, ooh, does look pretty interesting.
A colourful
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister.
Spoody Boobles, welcome in, dude. How's it going?
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the magic happens. What a solid can of mass-produced piss water. Well over 10% alcohol in this.
GG's on third, Spoody Boobles.
beer. Pop it open before it gets too warm. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done
What are you
it.
shouting at? You don't get to be grumpy, all right? You fucking did a massive dump in your litter box and you finished your wet food just before I started stream. So I had to take care of all that, dry food, and clean your litter box out before I could actually start my stream today. Sorry, the cat is being rather silly.
There's a satisfying pop as the cap comes off, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
Still only got 2 skill points. Okay.
A colourful
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol. Here you go, mister.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into fire for you, sir. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself. Get a load of this rock and roll cop hair, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go.
Hey, you can't smoke in here. Please.
Shut up. It's already happening. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. The tear machine stepped. Your bottles clunk into the machine. And
Right. Care of that. Right, I've got my badge, so I should be able to speak to Joyce now.
whoa, what have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Can you guys see him behind me? There he is, Baba. Look. Baba. Hello, Baba. Excuse me.
True, they never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Ravachol looks better, though.
Yeah, I don't know why we had an overcoding and
The bridge is
encoding
fine
overloading
now.
earlier.
Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
There, on that balcony, do you see it? The Artisto. Now, hold up. You can't go into a bullring without a prep talk. It's baby's first sales negotiation, after all. Savvy's got to give you the do's and don'ts.
I like the savoir-faire. Savoir-faire. I can't speak today, chat, sorry. Refers to itself as savvy.
That's a pathetic-looking bull. Where are the sharpened horns ready to puncture your gristle? There's no real danger here. Artistos are known to repel wealth. It bounces off their skin like rubber. The moment a reasonable business proposal enters their periphery, they go and get political. Nonsense. No one repels wealth. The businessmen just don't know how to entice them. What you need to do is lure them in with a strong one-liner. Get them on your side before you've even finished a sentence. Show us what you've got. Pretend you're facing the Skull Girl. What is this? A dating agency? Are you looking for a pretty young thing to sponsor? Never mix business and pleasure. Never. Counterpoint. What if pleasure is your business? Gigolos make bank and get that wet. It's never too late to change careers.
This game, dudes.
Mamma mia, if this isn't the top seller in La Delta. Everyone knew you'd eventually get it right. Okay then, off you go. Let's see what you've got.
Lemons, welcome in. Thank you so much for the resub, hun. How are you? Welcome on in, Smedley. Lovely to see you as well. I'm good. How are you? I'm pretty well. Woke up feeling pretty rough today, so I'm a little bit late starting stream. I started at 1 instead of 12, but I'm here. I had a croissant, but I've eaten it. I've got a coffee, got some lovely people to chat to, and we've got a 25-month resub from our sweetest lemons. Lemons. I juiced about 11 lemons yesterday, and then I put some sugar and some water in a saucepan on a low heat and stirred it until it was clear, and then mixed it up. So I have like a giant, great big jug of homemade lemonade. And I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna try and learn how to make the perfect homemade lemonade. I think I might have put a little bit too much sugar in, but I'll find out. But I got a KFC the other day, and one of the drink options was like traditional cloudy lemonade, and I was like, fuck yeah, fried chicken and cloudy lemonade. That's a fucking combination. And yeah, it was really fucking nice, like a big old like cup of ice with like with lemonade in it. I was like, oh, that fucking hit the spot. That really hit the spot. So I've decided to make it my mission to learn to make proper lemonade, traditional cloudy lemonade from lemons, you know. But yeah, there you go. Oh, Kim, my dude, what are we doing? Kim's had enough of our shit, and he's just leaving. He doesn't care if he needs to walk on water to do it. Kim? Dude, Kim is gone. Oh, well, there he is. Yeah, lemonade with ice. Yeah, when it's hot. Yeah, it's literally bittersweet, and yeah, I'm gonna have like a pint glass. So there used to be, I don't know if they're still around now, but there used to be a popular brand of cider called Bulmers. And Bulmers started making pint glasses that were bigger than a pint, so you could have ice in them and still get a pint's worth of liquid in them. So obviously I had to steal one. So I have this giant, great big Bulmers pint glass that I could fill with ice, and it's still a pint. So that's what I'm going to do after stream, is have like a pint of cold lemonade. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be good. But thank you again for the resub. I appreciate it. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. Thank you again for resubbing for such a long time, Lemons. Much love to you. I hope you're well. I hope you're all good.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
Yes, ice cold lemonade. I might even treat myself to a takeaway
The company
tonight.
has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone
He's
with
gone.
your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I love you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer. She is memorizing your badge number.
Yeah, she is. But how have you been, Lemons? What have you been up to? Are you still playing Elden Ring at the moment? Sorry, there's cat hair all over the microphone, so I apologise. Are you still playing Elden Ring at the moment? I think I saw you playing it the other day.
Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them. My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will, because let me tell you, we are in dire waters.
And life hands you lemons, fucking make lemonade. Lemonade is sweet. Take those lemons, stare life in the eyes and eat those lemons as they are, whilst maintaining intense eye contact just to establish dominance. Yeah. That's one way to do it.
How bad can the info she has be?
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile? Tea, perhaps?
Yeah, that did not go well. Okay. Spit the lemon juice into Life's eyes as a final flourish. I'm gonna waste the lemon juice. You need a bunch of lemons, trust me. I had like 11 lemons. They were like 40p each. So I had like a $5's worth of lemons. And yeah, I fucking cut them up into bits, fucking squeeze the fuck out of them, all the fucking seeds. I had to sieve through, I had to put a sieve down to fucking stop all the seeds going in there. Ended up with like this much of a cup's worth of lemon juice. I was like, fuck hell, this is a lot of effort. But like I say, you do mix it with equal parts water and equal parts sugar, and you end up with a very sweet to lemony sort of mixture that I can chuck over some ice. Might even shake it up in a
Hello again,
in a mixer.
Have you come to admire my mural?
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
Or just drink the lemon juice as is, no sugar, no nothing. It's a bit. It's a little bit sour. It's a little bit, you know. It's a little bit sour. You know, it does need the water and the sugar to make it sort of. It's one of those strange things in cooking. It's like when you add sugar and salt to something. I think to myself, why am I adding sugar and then later on adding salt? Why don't I just not add either of those things? Because sugar and salt are not specifically that good for you. But there's something about the way they cancel each other out, but they create something else in the process. So yeah, it's always been kind of strange to me that lemonade is like lemon juice and water and then sugar to sweeten it. I'm like, yeah, it's strange that obviously all the fruits that are out there that are sweet, you can make a drink out of lemons. But yeah, there's something about it. That's because I'm weird as shit. Yeah, I suppose. I was saying this to someone else the other day. It's like, do you know what? Like, I am fucking weird, you know? And I tell you what being weird does, you know? It scares away all the fakes, you know? Like, people like that write me off immediately. I'm like, cool. See you later. Because they always turn out to be the most fucking normie chud people, you know? Obviously, I've got a bunch of different friends that all think different things and believe in different things, and that is a little bit complicated at times, but at the same time, I've got a bunch of friends that are interesting, you know? Whereas, like, yeah, I see groups of friends, and I'm like, fuck, man, all of you are fucking boring. Like, sorry, but all of you are really, really fucking boring. Like, none of you have got anything to say about anything. And you all basically do the same fucking two hobbies, and that's it. And I'm like, yeah. But as long as they're happy as friends, but I feel like, you know when you hear about a friend group and an argument or a disagreement in a friend group, you're like, fucking hell, how could friends treat each other like that? That's why, because they're not really friends. They just don't really have enough about them to find real friends, so they sort of group together. I'm like, damn, I could never. Like, I'm a fucking weirdo, and I embraced it when I was a kid because David Bowie made me believe that being weird was okay. You know, up until that point, I was not very happy, but you know, David Bowie, I was like, damn, this guy's weird as fuck, and everyone loves him for it. So it is possible to be yourself, even if you are weird. But yeah, I meet people, I'm like, damn, you know, that person's really, really, you know, like just, there's nothing to them. They're really one-dimensional. I don't want to be rude, but it's like, fuck, you can't have a conversation with them. They've got nothing to say. And I'm like, cool, like, yeah. And then you get a group of those people, and then, yeah, because they haven't really got any investment in each other, because they haven't really got anything to say or, you know, bond over, they fuck each other over. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be part of a friend circle like that at all. So yeah, stay weird, dudes. Stay weird. You know, don't creep people out. Don't make people feel uncomfortable, but stay weird, you know? Well, they actually are in moderation. Without salt, your body can actually not use water. Yeah, you need a bit of it, but nowhere near as much as lemonade has sugar, and nowhere near as much as some foods have salt in. Like, nowhere near that amount is necessary, but, you know, it tastes good, so... Also adds character to. Occasionally disagreements with friends is good so long as they occur naturally or not forced. After all, bit of disagreement can strengthen bonds. Yeah. And the thing is, like, the thing about me is I'm pretty fucking laid back. I am genuinely pretty laid. You need to press a point with me after I've, you know, responded negatively multiple times before I start, you know, saying, listen, that's it. You've gone too far. And if I try and set that boundary and you respond negatively, that's a massive red flag in my eyes. You know, if I try and establish a boundary where I'm like, that's a bit too much, and people just don't take it serious, I'm like, well, you clearly don't respect me very much, do you? You know, if you respected me, you would understand that you've upset me and you've said something that I don't agree with multiple times, and I've tried to explain myself, but you haven't listened. You know, if I can't explain something and sort of explain my side of it, and you just sort of say, okay, we'll agree to disagree and just leave it. If you keep bringing it up and you keep doing the same things, after a while, because the thing, like I say, I'm pretty fucking laid back. I'll chat to just about anybody about just about anything. I try and see everyone's side of the story. But that leads me to these situations where people think they can just fucking, you know, attack me over things. I'm like, just don't. Like, the thing is, at the moment, I really, really am, like, literally the most depressed I've ever been. I wish I could feel happy about things right now, but I just can't seem to muster whatever chemicals required to feel happy or excited. I'm literally going through the motions, just trying to find things that bring me joy. And it's a fucking difficult situation to be in. And I don't like talking about it on stream because I know it's a bit of a negative thing, but I also don't like being dishonest with people. I like being just, you know, straight up and transparent with you guys. Because you guys are one of the things that bring me joy. You know, streaming and playing video games and hanging out with people is one of the things that brings me joy. But yeah, it's fucking hard work sometimes when you've got people that just refuse to fucking leave things after, like, yeah, if you fucking say something to me and I just move on and don't respond to it, like, that's my polite way of saying I don't want to go down that road. But some people just won't fucking drop things, and I'm like, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to start fucking arguing? And I don't want to argue with anybody. I don't want to do it. I don't like arguing with people. I'll discuss something with somebody, but the second they start getting verbally aggressive, I'm like, I'm good. There's nothing to learn here. I don't need to learn what insults you have in your repertoire. I don't need to learn that you're angry at me. I can't learn anything from that. Like, if I can't discuss something with somebody, see somebody else's side of the story or the argument or the disagreement or the discussion, if I can't see somebody else's side of things and I can't learn from that, then it doesn't have any value to me, you know? So I just don't engage with it. But yeah, it just seems that, you know, I go to the shop and someone's arguing with me about standing in the queue, or I go to fucking park my car and somebody refuses to make space, or I go somewhere and someone just refuses to fucking yield in any way, shape or form, just a tiny bit to make someone else's life easier. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with everybody? Why is everybody so fucking rude and ignorant to each other? Just tired of it. But yeah. Weird and more of a funny way, like, what the fuck is that old bull doing? Yeah, like adorable enigma, I think, is the term I've used to describe myself sometimes. Very good way to be. I also believe friends should never be 100% the same, because the friend groups become echo chambers. Need a healthy mix, which is part of why I love me and he have separate interests and shared interests. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's exhausting for sure. Yeah. Like, just getting out of bed, I was like, oh my God, again. And then I just, you know, at some point I'm going to see a post on social media, or somebody in the street is not going to look where they're going and walk right into me, even though I'm trying to look. The thing that fucking annoys me the most, right, is how fucking brain dead everyone is. Nobody looks where they're going. So I'm walking and I see somebody walking towards me on the left in my periphery. I see them and I can tell they're not looking where they're going, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on them. I'm going to move to the right so I can avoid them. And then bang, somebody walks into me on the right. I'm like, am I the only fucking person who looks where they're going? Am I the only human being that knows how to fucking keep my eyes fucking forward to look where and please explain to me, why is it that 90% of people in public don't understand how to walk in a straight line? Why can you not just walk in a straight line? Go with the flow of traffic and walk in a straight line. It's not that complicated. Why do you have to fucking weave all over the place? Because while you're weaving, everyone else is trying to avoid you, and then they bump into each other because you can't fucking walk in a straight line like a normal... Oh, I'm so fucking fed up, chat. I'm so fed up. I just have no fucking patience for anything left. I just need things to fucking be simple. Simple things like walking to the shop and back. Just constant frustration. There's always some person making a fucking problem for everybody else. It's so fucking infuriating. But yeah, anyway, excuse me. From personal experience, cognitive behavioral therapy, not the other one. The meds combined can help, but each person is different. I guarantee that will work. Yeah. Try not to bump into people, but sometimes I do by mistake because I have proprioceptive issues, which cause issues with spatial awareness. Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's probably just other people not looking where they're going. This is the thing. Like, I make a thing of it. I'm trying to walk and, like, get to where I'm going to and not waste any fucking time. But yeah, the amount of times, like I say, I'm trying to avoid one person and I end up getting walked into by somebody else I couldn't even see. And I'm like, oh my God. And, like, there are times where I'm like, oh my God, there's just too many people. And I just start walking. And I bump into people as I go, and they're like, oh, excuse me. And I just keep going, because I'm sorry, I haven't got time to fucking swim through a bunch of fucking ignorant idiots who don't understand that standing in front of a doorway is asking to get walked into. I'm sorry, you need to wake up. Don't congregate in a doorway. I'm sorry, we're not fucking sheep. We're not fucking lemmings, we're human beings. There is so much space for you to occupy. The town centre is designed for people to occupy space in. That's why everything is 6 meters wide. And yet the only place you could think to stop and stand and have a chat with somebody is in the doorway to the shopping centre or the doorway to the train station. Get the fuck out of the way. Get the fuck out of the way. It's so infuriating how fucking oblivious people are. Because these people go and get in cars and then they go and kill a cyclist. That's what it is. That's what happens. They're sort of like, oh, I just didn't even see him. He wasn't wearing high vis. No, you're just a fucking oblivious fuck who wasn't paying attention, because you do it when you walk in the street as well. Sorry, it's every fucking couple of years, a friend of mine is in hospital with a broken leg because somebody in a fucking 4x4 just fucking ran into them at a junction because they just didn't look. And it's like, oh man, it's fucked. It's so fucked. But anyway, excuse me. No, I do bump into someone. Yeah, exactly. You apologise. Yeah. Therapeutic cart, the same things, but in a wheelchair, people are more friendly. Yeah, I suppose obviously they see you coming and they want to make space for you, which is nice. People's maybe ignorance around not to watch someone in the face. Well, yeah, it's just people have been living in these little bubbles because of social media and how it's pivoted in the last 5 to 10 years. It's now become per user. It's a user level algorithm. Each person has their own algorithm. And it means that they exist in this bubble, like ideologically, but also sort of, semi-physically as well. They only see content that's been algorithmically catered to their interests because it will get their attention, which means they don't see everything else, which makes them kind of ignorant to the rest of the world, which I disagree with it, because it makes people even more likely to be racist or sexist or just fucking rude. But at the same time, everybody does everything over their phone now, so they don't go out in public and interact with people anymore. They just do everything over the phone. On the phone, rather. Def Jam, welcome in. I delete mine every few months. Yeah, I can see why. It's so manipulative. But yeah, people just don't spend time in public, and they don't spend time moving. Because the thing is, as soon as you get, because I live in a small town, it's like a big village, it's a small town. As soon as you get to like a city where people have to be somewhere and they've got somewhere to be and they move with a purpose, this shit doesn't happen. You just walk. And everybody just walks, and it's fine. Enjoy your daily bread, dude. Everybody just fucking walks to where they need to get to. Everywhere you go, people queue up like normal human beings. People walk. People don't fucking tread on each other's toes. They don't fucking get in each other's way. They don't fucking invade in people's personal space. They just fucking move to where they need to get to. They just go. They're just aware. They're just switched on. They're just fucking going somewhere. They're getting somewhere. They don't want to get in anyone else's way. They don't want anyone to get in their way. They just go. And it's just, you can just walk down the street, and you're in a flow of people and you just walk. It's not stressful at all. And it's a city, right? It's a city with fucking thousands more people. But you go to a small town where there aren't that many people, where people don't have to be aware of their surroundings, and they just fucking lose all sense of what's going on around them. Absolutely no situational awareness. And I can prove it to you. Right? How many times have you seen a video where something is tumbling down a hill, or somebody is running, or a car is coming, and there is somebody in the video standing there completely fucking glazed over, completely fucking oblivious, and everyone's screaming at them to move, and they don't listen? How many times have you seen that? I see that in every other fucking, every 5 or 6 viral videos. There's somebody in that video completely fucking oblivious that something really serious is happening right next to them. That's how fucking oblivious people have become. And I don't know. I worry that there's no survival instinct in that, right? There's no sort of like, oh shit, a bunch of people are running away and making noise, because every now and again something happens. They see, you see the person, they see everybody running away. They're like, what's going on? I better move, and they move out of the way. They don't know what's happening, but they move out of the way. But it's the same as when you sort of like, you say to somebody, we need to go. Why? I mean, we need to go. We're in a hurry. I'll tell you later. Why? Why do we need to go? All right, you're getting left behind. I'm sorry. I'm not missing the train. I'm not missing the bus. I'm not missing this taxi. You can find your own way if you won't listen to me. It's just, some people are so fucking oblivious, and it's just, it makes public spaces so much more stressful than they need to be. So much more stressful. And it's just, yeah. But anyway, we've got an ad break coming up. I'm going to do a quick stretch, catch my breath, and then we will play the video game. I apologize. Like I say, I have been particularly unwell for quite some time, and I am starting to get kind of fed up, but I'm going off on these rants too much. I'm trying to stop, but I apologize. But yes, we will play the video game when I come back. But yes, I'll be back in a moment. You guys know the drill with the ads. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment.
Stop it.
Anyone see my puppet string completely fucking break there? Oh, what's that? No! Fucking hell! Wait, is that? Oh, that's for the lift. Okay, excuse me. Please give me some M9 bullets. You motherfucker! The thing is, I think
You! That's the best one we've done.
Might as well tank it. Can't escape it, might as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! You unbalanced trash! Get fucked! Do you see me, chat? Get fucked! Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Until I wound up here and, well, I simply lost my nerve. Take one look through that door and you'll see what I mean. I'm going to wait out the catastrophe in here. If you intend to go on, then I beg of you, for all our sake, proceed with extreme caution.
I had to. I'm sorry, I had to. But yes, Nick, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, but oh, I'm such a child.
Games too.
911, what's your emergency? I see, sweetie, but I'm sure they love you. Being a parent can be really hard. Is there anything I can help you with? Are they there now?
Ah, fucking hell, dudes. Ooh. Yep. Oh, it's good. It's fucking good, dude. stealth. Get poised, bozo. He punches him in the eye, it's not there. Oi! Oh shit.
Take that.
Oh, I don't think she enjoyed that.
Yeah.
What you get for fucking with waifu. Piece of shit. Fuck off. Okay.
Ducky Fuzz.
Dick.
Does he fuck? Fuck, he does!
Ow, fuck off, fuck off. My goodness, you boys do a lot of damage. Excuse me. Ah, really? Okay. Shit. That's a lot of damage. Excuse me. Let me run back this way. I'm gonna rest. Ow! I was right fucking there.
The thing is, like, the level design is kind of cool. Ah! Okay, that works for them as well.
I don't even believe in you. What do you want? I don't even believe in you. What do you want from me? What more could you possibly want from me? Please.
Mate, Gideon, another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Another absolutely atrocious boss fight. Look at this. He's a crab. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Bagagua. Mike Hawk Hertz. Hello, welcome in. But yeah, Bagagua. I hope you're referring to the Oriental short hair that makes that weird noise to its owners. It's funny. No, Bagagua. No. Your what hurts? Might want to go to the doctor. Yeah, exactly. That's why I tried to say it nice and slow.
There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place. Fat chance, but you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her
Welcome
lips
back, everybody.
and squints up at the
Let's play the
sky,
video game, but yes,
as though
apologies, chat.
straining to
I
hear
just...
something in the distance.
I'm in that stage. I'm in that position where I just don't have the emotional and mental bandwidth to absorb anything. As soon as something starts to wind me up, I'm just like, I'm going to leave, you know? I'm just going to fucking leave.
Have you noticed?
And yeah.
Quiet. Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
What's that? The piggy's looking to get into the art market with a snappy business pitch. Watch out, or you'll be auctioned off and face the chop.
The lieutenant straightens his back, waiting to see where this is going. Are we witnessing a performance, perhaps? Play along. She stares at you, fearlessly, waiting for a response.
No, we will not check anyone down today.
Don't come at me with that. You've got nothing on me. Not a pork scratching. Too bad, pork sausage. I don't sell my art. The whole point of graffitio being on the street is so everyone can see it. No charge. Expression for all.
There has to be a way to convince her.
Wake up,
Everyone
rip
has a
ass,
price.
make my dog scrambled egg, rip more ass, back to bed. I love Saturday. Yeah, I mean, if you give the dog scrambled egg, they're going to be tooting away as well.
Forget this public art. She must have something private and esoteric. Something that tormented her until she brought it into existence.
I don't do personal, if that's what you sickos are after. No navel-gazing pieces about what it means to be me. No one cares. I know I don't, so sod off, pig. You've got nothing to change my mind.
Perfect. She isn't interested. All the more reason to move on from this little side task.
Your partner here gets it. Anything else I can not do for you, gentlemen?
So, suggestion 2.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
She's locked up tight. What does she want? Maybe it's as simple as asking her, but whine about it so she feels superior.
Yeah, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Happy Saturday.
Squeal. Then maybe we can talk business. Good little piglet.
Squeal like a...
Hello again, officers. Have you...
She's...
Come on.
Hello again, officers.
She's...
Hello again, officers.
She's locked up.
Hello again, officers. Have you...
She's locked.
I don't think he's going to give it to us, chat. I think he might be one of those checks where it's just going to refuse and refuse and refuse. But unfortunately, the thing is, the dice rolls are truly random. It never removes a losing score from the potential scores, a losing amount from the amounts you could get on your next few rolls. So
Hello again, officers.
every single one is completely random because I'm loading the game up. But I think even if you could retry it over and over again.
Hello again, officers. Have you...
Sure,
yeah.
She's all draped up in ironic detachment, but everyone's gonna eat.
Great. The little foray into the art world continues.
Blah, blah. I'm not for sale, Piggo.
Told you these artist types repel wealth. Turn it around. It's the seller who wields the power in this relationship.
Uh-oh, you're manipulating me. I do like a chance to rip off some stupid Piggos. And I need a pack of cigarettes. And some paint. Okay, whatever, Piggy. Time to leech off each other like the parasites we are. Let me see what I've got.
Even the lieutenant leans closer to inspect the work.
Here. Happy?
The plastic looks sad and damaged as if it's been ripped out of some bigger piece. A glitzy barnacle of colours covers its surface.
Interesting. You can immediately see multiple ways to interpret this piece. What is the experience that the artist is trying to create? What bodies and spaces are they seeking to explore? Remember, this is a buyer's market. You're the one who's in charge of pricing. She juts out her hand, letting you examine the piece. 3 red splotches have been shot at a diagonal across the surface.
Big pressure
Tiny
differential there.
spots of various
Ears
colours
just went.
fan out from the same point of origin.
Well, Piggo, what do you make of it?
There's tension in these strokes of genius. A desire to step into a dialogue with the viewer, to provoke them. A meditation on Sein und Nicht-Sein. The angle of the paint drops reveals that they were fired at the canvas with the force of a hand cannon.
Yeah, whatever. Spaces, bodies. Shit, hit me with that lingo. Signature? Oh yeah, Pigster. I sneezed while holding a wet brush. Paint flecked onto the canvas, and voila! You don't get more signature than that. Art issue.
Oh my god, chat. The fucking writing is so unbelievably silly, but so good. Oh, I fell for that one. I fell for that one. The whole bit about sneezing and flecking the paint on the canvas. What do you call this stuff?
67,000 real. And your head on a silver tray.
Remember, this isn't about the art or the artist. This needless purchase implies your excessive wealth. Art comes across as more tasteful than simply hanging cash on the wall.
That chat.
Lowball her, the wretched are used to rolling with the punches.
Is that it? Alright. It all helps.
Splendid. Your first physical asset. But no time to stop. Money grows old unless it keeps moving. You need to find a buyer, preferably someone who will pay a high price for such an exclusive piece from a local artist. Nah, she'd probably send the entire Wild Pines legal team after you if she knew you were trading goods around their harbor. She's ready and poised for a hostile takeover. And become a small-time art peddler? No, think bigger. Doing business with communist dictatorships only works if you've got long-term plans in place, which you don't.
Those of us that know about the environment under which this game was developed know that that sentence probably carries a lot more weight than it would be apparent at first.
There must be someone around here with heavy pockets and an interest in the local art. Tell you what, have a wander around and I'll let you know if I hear any wealth. Yes, if you know what to listen for. That's what happens when you've been in the game for as long as I have. Your senses get tuned in to more opportune frequencies. I got some vibes from that container you moved with the crane in the harbor. Let's see what's inside. There isn't a door yet that Savvy's VIP status couldn't open.
So now maybe I can open... okay.
Look at us. Coming to an agreement. Who'd have thought? Anything else you want? I'm in a good mood, but it won't last long.
Yeah, let's go see if we can move that container now. I suppose did we not speak to them already? I don't know why that hasn't completed that task. Okay. But yes, I do enjoy my Saturday streams. Hang on. No, yeah, open up the apartment from here. No, what else won't last long? The life cycle of a fly. No, yeah, they only live for one day, right?
Furniture.
Apparently,
the number on the panel says 10.
Apparently flies only live for like 24 hours. And like they manage to be so incredibly annoying within that 24 hours. It's fucked, right? Like you're only here for one day and you're wasting it by fucking flying in my face. But it also explains why they can fly in through the smallest crack in a window. That you could have an open door and they won't fly out of it. Fruit flies have super short lifespans. Really? Is it shorter than a day?
A poor communal.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Oh, it was the other. Yeah, sorry. It was the other apartment door. Yeah, we need to go speak to. We need to go see if we can interact with that container anyway. So here's me flying into your smallest crack. Nice to meet you, Smash Bear. Welcome in. Yeah, but like, it's not only me that it's not only me that experiences this, right? You'll have the window to your flat open like this much, and a fly will get in, and it's like bouncing into the glass. I'm like, okay, dude, whatever. I open the window, and it goes and just starts bumping into the glass below. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is your problem? But then I realised they've only been alive for like 9 hours, so they're not exactly well versed on how glass works. But yeah. Searching for love of your life, the last dinner, and maybe a big surprise. And always when you smell something nice, it tries to kill you. Excuse me? You were in search of the love of your life, the last dinner, and maybe a big surprise. And always when you smell something nice, it tries to kill you. I suppose the life of a fly does sort of play along that kind of rule book. So I have nepenthes to open the window, hoping they'll fly into it. That's why I have what nepenthes. What's a nepenthe? Seems to be about 30. Oh, is it 30 days? Okay, the fly. Also, I think they actually live longer than a day because they are maggots for. Oh yeah, I suppose they're can't relate. We never open windows. They still get in. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, right? Is that you go somewhere and like you get in a lift, you go down like multiple floors, you go down a hallway through multiple sort of like sealed doors. You sign in and you give them all your details and they make you a little ID badge and everything. And you get down to this room, which has got to be at least 7 stories underground, right? And you're in this room with all this stuff that's being carefully preserved. And you hear, bzzz. Motherfucker, how did you get down here? Like, it took me like 45 minutes of going through doors and checkpoints and signing in and fucking having my picture taken and fucking getting an ID card made and fucking going down staircases and fucking speaking to people who had to both unlock a door at the same time. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? How the fuck did you get down here? Picture fly trap. Oh, I see, a fly trap, okay. You have to life whole life in a short period with fly crew. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, if you've only got 20 hours or, whatever to be a fly. Fruit flies last 40 to 50 days. Okay. It's not too bad. The fly owns the building bread. Oh, I suppose, yeah, they're in charge. They're the boss. From the southern US, so there's more bugs, more than bugs home than mine. Yes, it is. It's a little bit swampy down in some parts of the southern US. Especially the closer you get to Florida and everything. It's pretty swampy. And yeah, swampy, stale water. Yeah, you're going to get insects, aren't you? I'm in Texas, and oh boy. Yeah, I mean, Texas is very dry, right? It's a bit of a desert climate, right?
There, in that container you moved, there's something rich in there. We've got to get inside. Then it's time to show you how a master does it.
The windows don't have screens. They can be. They can't be open. Simple as. Yeah.
Get me up close.
I've got like. You get this kit and you put these magnet strips around the window, and then you make like a frame out of like this plastic, this other magnet that you put a white strip on, and you make this frame that fits that. And you take that off and put it on the floor and get this net material. Put that on there and then clip it in and then trim it off, and then you get like this custom made like mesh screen that goes on the window. They're really good. But occasionally it gets so fucking hot in here I just open all the windows anyway. And then obviously during that time a fly will obviously get in and then conveniently not leave until, or not try to leave until I close all the windows because it cools down again. There's that as well.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. And, as it's always been, it's impossible to open a container with the rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your mind. Seems like it. You're still hanging with this fool. Something isn't right.
Do you know what's in the... No, I don't. Please don't. Please don't tell me.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not... You're back before the cargo container. And
Yes, please don't tell me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not.
Oh, game, come on now. Come on, game.
You're back before the cargo.
It's a 28%. It's not that.
Step aside, rank and file. Savi's at the top of the VIP list here. That's right. Out of the way. Whoa. Watch it. How'd he get in front? Little slime ball. Thank you, thank you. Now, are you ready? It's time to make our entrance. At first, your knock rings hollow on the door. And then, just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Mega rich light bending guy.
You can't be serious.
I love that Kim is so annoyed that it actually worked. Okay. How much money do I have? Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I see. Oh, I see, okay. So moving around in this basically gives you effectively unlimited money. What? What? Yeah, I'm probably in the way, right? You guys can't see. Oh, my fucking label's in the way as well. But as I move around, it's giving me more and more money. Never seen light bending. No. I mean, multiple playthroughs. This is the third playthrough. In my second playthrough, I wanted to do everything possible to do everything. So yeah. For this, I could never get it open, and I decided to just leave it. Okay, so we can't keep it.
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You get the feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions.
Capital.
It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo.
Also, like bending like a magnetic field. I need this doorway. It looks like the money is fluctuating, going up and down. There's a guy. Yeah. This is
Trying
weird.
to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Savvy, was it? Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore, investor, license holder, an extremely high net worth individual. And your name is Savvy, right?
We've hit the big time. This is the man who's going to make you rich. Always rely on your friendly neighborhood swindler.
Suppose I can put myself back on the screen now. Please excuse me.
Mr. Diodore, I think there's been some confusion. His name is, in fact, not Savvy. Let's start over. I am Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi of the RCM, and this is my partner...
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Oh Lord, not this again. We have a murder to solve, and yet you go around bothering everyone about money, arguing that you think it's somehow related to the case. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
And blow.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what.
Yep, that's what some of these people are like in the real world, chat. Is they own so much stuff in so many different ways that no matter what happens, wars, famines, fucking pandemics, economic crashes, they just continue to make millions.
Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. Precisely, Mr. Dubois.
Found it. Binary black hole wiki has an image that shows that kind of phenomenon. It's way more realistic. Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
Where would we be without liberalism? In caves, walking each other with bombs.
So yes, I'm hoping at some point we get to offer to sell him the painting and then charge him like an absurd amount of money.
A world of slavery and violence. Which brings us back to the essential truth of modernism.
Yeah, screenshot of that amount of money.
Where we are right now, the freedom of mankind can only be derived from the free flow of capital. It is truly, it's almost entirely carefree.
Down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all the people who have more than 25 rand in their pocket, literally murder all humans regardless of their political beliefs. Yeah, I can't remember which conversation that was from. Is that when you're speaking to Gaston? Is that when you're speaking to Gaston? It sort of prompts you to choose something a bit communist or not? I can't remember.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
Could you please stop asking people for money? It does not reflect well on the RC.
Opening into the communist quest can happen. Oh, it can happen anywhere. Okay. Oh, is it a thought bubble? Okay.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this? That's the idea, my friend. You've got to work for the rest. Maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound? What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
They're not, yeah, so a binary black hole, but in this world they're calling it a Weissman coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth among that group of individuals. It's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual. The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating. That's not good for you.
Among other things, but calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who is unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
Yes, I imagine that does look strange to you. My container. Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think.
It's warped in regards to money, I guess. Hence, Kim sees the guy as being, oh yeah, maybe it's only me that sees this.
By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Surens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clair, used to own the city of Revigil, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
Revigil. I remember walking its streets as a teenager. There used to be a bowling alley in Stella Maris. I wonder if it's still there. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money. There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls.
To stab, it's just Kim has put so much money into his car. His net worth coefficient is probably only 95, so the light bending doesn't happen from. Okay, so Kim is a high net worth individual, but only up to like 9.95 or something, so he's not quite there yet. Okay.
Spending money is a matter
But I'm definitely not.
I'm sure you agree. I don't
I'm definitely not higher in net worth than Kim, surely.
Smart, no?
I can see it, but
It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois. What? No, I did not say that at all.
maybe it's also possible due to Harry having a warped perception of reality. After all, explain why the money changes in the... Yeah, exactly, yeah. I also feel like out of the two, Kim would dismiss things that he sees. Whereas Harry, like, you know, the character I'm playing as Harry would be like, you know, I want to... It's a red check, it can't be retried, so it's a conceptualization, okay.
There it is. I knew it as soon as you did the Milton 33 note. A fellow entrepreneur. The art market, you say? Possibly. As I said, I don't carry much money on my person, but do go on. What are you thinking? A painter? I'm always looking to expand into new asset classes. Who's the artist? Aha! And the name of the piece?
There's no sign of a reaction for a good 3 seconds. Then...
Wonderful things, aren't they? Names. They can completely change your reading of a person, or in this case, a painting. Before I invest, I need to know more about the work. How do I know this asset is going to appreciate with time?
This is the only question that matters. Fail to come up with an interesting hook, and he's out.
I see. I'll be honest. All I see are splatters that lack any true intention.
Why are you letting this opportunity slip away? Give him a story, an experience. Make him want to run away with this painting and marry it in secret.
Please, if there's something I'm missing, I'd love to know what it is. It lets you immerse yourself in a modern school of thought. Are you sure? Sounds like a hell of a trip. I really must experience it for myself.
Great work. That might have done it.
Well, I think that settles it. You found the buyer, my friend. A pleasure transacting with you. However, there are a few complications. I don't have the cash on me right now to pay for art of this caliber. What I can instead offer are shares in Mauer Koschlei Mercury Group.
Shares. That's even better. You can do a lot with them if you play your cards right.
I bought these shares many years ago for a steal. As predicted, Mauer Koschlei Mercury's operating profit has increased year on year, and there is no signs of it slowing down. People always need Mercury. Which means you could net yourself a considerable profit if you need some immediate liquidity. But if you don't mind waiting, I expect the value of these shares to double within the next 5 years.
Seems like a clever investment. Definitely worth thinking about if you care about your future.
Splendid.
It looks almost ethereal. Is it even real? The light around the individual in front of you changes somehow as you take the scroll. You can't figure out what's different. You just know that it is. The Weiss-Wiesmann coefficient for you and this individual has now dropped to 0.9989, repeating.
That concludes our part of the transaction. Once you've turned over the asset, my people will get the legal ball rolling. Another deal complete. Welcome to the big leagues. If you haven't already, I'd advise you to consider hiring a personal brand strategist. What don't they do? They practically do everything, from spotting good investments and analyzing design trends to booking a lunchtime table at the prestigious Landrossi.
Harry does have paranatural senses, to be fair, but somehow I feel like Kuno would see the light bending. Yeah, no, I can see that. Yeah, I can understand how that would be a logical conclusion. Yeah, I think Kuno is sort of open-minded enough to allow this sort of thing to not be completely, written off. Yeah.
Unfortunately not. I only know the ones who work with multi-millionaires and beyond. But take a look around, and I'm sure you'll find one. Personal brand strategists are attracted to money like sharks to blood. You'll find having net worth opens many new doors for you.
Here's an avant-garde proposal. What about Idiot Doom Spiral? He used to hustle and hang out with the sales hawks and trend pushers of the marketing world. Let's ask him if he knows any personal brand strategists. Oh, and we should see what this net worth can do. Might score a discount, or better yet, get you some free goods. That's the kind of thing that really makes you feel like a hotshot. Ask the local merchants about it if you get the chance.
So, what's next on the agenda?
Right. So, yeah, I want to try that, but I want to see if I can improve my conceptualization first.
Thanks for stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
Because, yeah, I want to find a way to leave this way. I want to find a way to leave with all that money. Because, yeah, by the time we get to the door, it's down to nothing. Right, let me do another save there. See if we can improve our conceptualization.
The pearlescent paper adamantly resists being held open. It demands struggle at both ends. The print inside is just as taxing, due to its fine and curlicue font. The most attractive part is the image emblazoned across the top. Feisty little thing. But don't worry, it's under control. Inside an oval frame is a grey sketch of a curly-haired girl enthusiastically riding an industrial drill. It's churning up hard chunks of rocky ground and scattering them into the air. In the hole created beneath is a silvery river of liquid metal. Each letter is shaped like a laugh line, being pulled in a million different directions. They're all grinning at you, pleased with practically being indecipherable. Your vision blurs into a haze of dark scribbles. It's like looking at a wrought iron fence through a greasy lens. Not a single recognizable symbol appears to you. A bold black mesh curves around the oval image at the top of the document. It almost looks as if it would end with intention. Perhaps it was. You're starting to think it might actually say something. If it does,
Gotta go have fun with the quest. It's very memorable. Dimash, thank you for hanging out, dude. See you next time. Have a lovely rest of your weekend.
A coiled nest of viper letters, if they even are letters. There must be some form of logic hidden away in there. The certificate threatens to coil back into itself as you relax a little.
It's conceptualization, right? Sorry, Kim, not you.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I...
Conceptualization. Oh, that's encyclopedia, okay.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do?
If business planning were really your strong suit, you probably wouldn't be a cop.
Go on. I'm ready. Hold on. Have we met before? Yeah, on second thought, it couldn't have been you. Your idea reminds me of a group of young men who came to me a long time ago, calling themselves Fortress Accident. The name should have been a red flag. They pitched me and a handful of other investors with an idea for a role-playing game that would, in their words, change the world. Well, at first everything was rosy. The ideas were solid, but they were lacking in... how do I put it? They lacked the will to get things done. As their financial situation became more desperate, their ideas devolved from realistic to absolute insanity. We lost all of our money. High archetypes never deliver. They're only good for battling Welkins or whatever creeps they come up with.
I guess the inordinate amount of time they put into drawing mythical creatures did not generate a return on investment.
Nobody knows for sure, but the place can't be pretty. Sadly, when we got there, it was too late. The concept had run out of steam. Only dust remained. What I want to tell you is this. It's a very bad idea. Dead in the water. You seem like a reasonable man, but that is not a reasonable plan. Absolutely not. It was a real pleasure. Sadly though, my current lifestyle prevents me from remaining more than a brief time in any one place. Perhaps we'll meet again, somewhere far away. Farewell, friend, and may your peace of mind guide you to happiness.
Right, excuse me.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What
If business...
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Deploying high-concept buzzword generator. All systems functional. Ready to engage in 3, 2, 1. It's time to disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean, innovative, and focus on what matters most. The children.
A youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future? When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities. I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich?
Yes, apologies, chat. We have got an ad break coming up. We've got an ad break coming up, so to pop you guys over on the BRB screen briefly, but I want to just see if I can finish this dialogue. Oh, 100.
This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground. Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment, and I expect to see returns.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly, then closes again.
He's like, no, there's no point. There's no point. Just let him do. Just let him do what he wants to do. I love it. But yes, the ad break has started. I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. I'll be right back in just a moment. Thing is, can I get a tranquilizer dart into all of them and just let them all fall asleep one after the other? That's the fucking challenge. Because if they do that, I might be alright. So, I think... No!
Snake, are you okay?
See if the key opens it. Still here. Nazis never found it. Good job, Marcel. I'll see this gets to the right people.
Okay. That's what I like about these games.
So long, Beckett.
Sorcery. Okay, I do this dead. Yeah, I think I remember doing that one. I think I remember doing that one. That was where was that one? Where was that one? Where was that one? The fucking Scarlet Rot. Fuck's sake, chat. The fucking Scarlet Rot. Oh shit, you're a fucking friend. Sorry. Finished him up by stabbing him in the anus. We'll take it. We'll take it. You got to take what you can get, even if it is in the anus. What's gonna fuck me? What's gonna fuck me? Is it gonna be me? Is that a boss run? That's a boss run. Oh my god. Come on, come on, let's go. Okay, you've got to take its legs out. fucked, dickhead. We should get the backstab for free this time. Means we get a free R2 as well. And then while he's recovering, we get a free R1. Excuse me. Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Oh, I need to get some new sofa cushions. These ones have definitely seen better days. Excuse me.
I'm not unimpressed. Let's leave it at that.
Now, was there anything else I could help you gentlemen with? The pleasure was mine. Unfortunately, I must be away soon. The next time we meet, I'll be expecting an update on my investment. Farewell, friend, and may your peace of mind guide you to happiness.
Right, so we need to speak to Everard anyway. But Everard might be somebody who's interested in the youth centre. "25 degrees, it's up to 25 degrees already." Another warm one today. Ah, Harry.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today? What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat Guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what?
And gets over it in 2 seconds. Seems like it didn't really hurt him.
I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying.
Just as I thought. Culturally,
Cure Fits, welcome in. Whole bunch of nerds in here. Well, yeah, what'd you expect?
On Everart's rainbow
All a bit weird, all a bit nerdy, you know. We all have our interests. I think it's perfectly,
he was
perfectly normal.
You, and you succeeded.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guy.
Nerd is a compliment in my book. Yeah, exactly, you know. The biggest nerd of all is here. See, it's a compliment.
Top hats against us flat caps.
Sup, nerds?
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down.
I resemble that remark. Not resent, but I resemble that remark.
You mean our
Hey, that's accurate.
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship.
Thanks,
and they send hired killers
Picked
to
up a new
mow us
emulator
down,
handheld. Which one did you go for? Which one did you go for? Because yeah, the trouble is, like, every now and again there's a good one, but there's a lot of snake oil in that space for obvious reasons. There's a lot of snake oil in that space. That's like, it can play up to PlayStation 2. I'm like, it's going to struggle to play PlayStation 1. There's no way that form factor can do it. And then eventually one will come along and an emulator or a core of an emulator will come along that's so optimized that, yeah. But yeah, I remember I got a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus because it can do Game Boy, Mega Drive, and a bunch of others fairly easily. And you can get a kit to build like a Game Boy shell, but with like a LCD screen. And I was thinking about it, but haven't got around to finishing it yet.
As if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
The Budget Battle XP G350. I think because a friend of mine asked they were going to get their boyfriend one for their birthday, and I did a quick search, and I said, yeah, there's a lot of like fake cheap ones that don't work very well. There were two that were fairly popular. I'd seen loads of reviews on YouTube for them, and obviously YouTube reviews could be biased as well, but I saw them playing PlayStation 1 games at like 60 hertz. I was like, okay, so you can play PlayStation 1 at 60 hertz. That's pretty good. I don't know what the button membranes are going to be like with the joystick, but I know that it can do what they were looking for. It's one secretly made by Ambernick. Yeah, Ambernick is a name I've heard before. I think there was one other brand as well. This one was like $115, I think. I think it was Ambernick. But yeah, it was like $115. But yeah, picked a total of 3.5 kilograms of cherries from my cherry tree and removed the pits from 850 grams of them. Total of 726 grams of cherries without pits. Perfect for some cherry sauce for Christmas. Yeah, it's not far away, is it?
I'm talking beasts.
Only a few
Hardened
months.
Killers from proxy wars,
Took one out, yeah.
Seminine, Sadamoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry.
Oof. Yeah, I juiced a bunch of lemons yesterday to make some lemonade, and yeah, it was a lot of effort. I might buy a juicer.
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real.
I like the device, but I need to pick out a new firmware and add some software. Yeah, some software.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed
Left throws that pits in and returns to some soft. And it doesn't matter, the pits are there.
If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out
on
trees.
And this Japan-only game, Twitch and fan translation that I have in my attic. Oh, I see. It's Japan-only game. Twitch the fan translation. Now I'm 8th. Yeah, I don't know how many points I've got anymore. I think I gambled all and lost the other day with a fan. Yeah, I've noticed you can get for the Raspberry Pi B3 Plus that I got. You can get like a little heatsink kit that's like a specific size heatsink that fits on the processing unit, and then you can get a case with a little fan in there. You can actually get some cooling going on, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I remember someone saying to me that if you take a Raspberry Pi and you remove all of the really big chunky ports, you can actually get it down to a really small form factor, and then you can fit it into a pretty neat little handheld. But the shells, I couldn't order the shells, so I couldn't do the kit, unfortunately.
We've
but yeah,
got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough, and we push back. And when we do, we push.
You should gamble or get. I'm sure you. Look at Curefit's trying to undermine other people's positions in the queue so they can work their way back up. That'll be a Raspberry Pi Zero build. Yeah, I think because somebody said that, yeah, you can take the ports off of a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus and only have the USB charging port and the SD slot, and that makes it way thinner. And obviously, if you're only going to do sort of like Mega Drive and, you know, Super Nintendo and Game Boy, it doesn't really get that hot. So it's okay, but I'm not sure. Like the budget handhelds, because they have kids that break things. Yeah, if you're going to give things to kids, it's like, you know, it's like Fisher-Price made a digital camera that's like basically indestructible. Like you can like drop kick it downstairs and it's fine. And the lens is like really recessed into this like funnel thing, so it's like it's not going to get damaged, and it's like this really like waterproof, robust digital camera. The pictures are obviously not perfect, but you know, obviously it's for kids. And yeah, photographers would give it to their children and then see what kind of pictures they took, and some of them took some really sweet pictures, like flowers and the family cat, and you know, pictures of their parents from below and everything. I was like, yeah, it's really sweet seeing what like a 4-year-old would take pictures of if they had a camera.
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base. There's a militant wing inside the Union, a group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry.
Also remember, people, on the 12th, when the solar eclipse happens, on the 12th, you can't take pictures of it without a special filter, so don't try your camera or your phone camera out there. Same with your eyes, of course. Yeah. There was one year people were going to take pictures of something, and like a bunch of photographers were on social media saying, don't point your phone directly at it. The light coming off of this thing might be dangerous, or it might don't. But yeah, I mean, even like parking sensors on cars, you know, when you have there's like a camera on the front of the where the rear view mirror attaches, that like island that's on the windscreen, there's like a little infrared, like, I don't know if it's infrared or something, but yeah, it would literally, yeah, it'll fry your sensors, yeah. But yeah, there's this car, and people were like, you know, if you've got like a phone, don't video this particular car, because they got a smartphone, and they started filming it, and the sensor was going off, and it was burning a line into the fucking camera sensor on the phone. I was like, the fuck? LiDAR, okay.
These guys turn up and
because yeah, I've got.
People. Tell you what,
I think one of the. I think that one's a. I think that's a LiDAR sensor, or a LiDAR, whatever.
And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
Yeah, he's talking about the big guy, Cotier, whatever his name is. Yeah, because obviously your camera. Come on, voice, please. I'm fucking going around in circles with this fucking illness. I start taking a medication and it feels like it's improving things, and then I just go back to having problems again. It's so annoying. But yeah, your camera's obviously going to have a bunch of glass elements that are going to be really carefully like trying to focus the light onto the sensor, which is like a nightmare.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes.
But
the big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
But I saw somebody who scratched the color filter off of their sensor with a fucking screwdriver. They scratched it off to create a monochrome sensor for a camera, and I was like, this guy had to take like 2 or 3 layers off of the camera to get the sensor to be exposed, and I was like, there's a reason for that, my dude. Like, there's a reason why there's like a rubber O-ring on the circuit board around the sensor where it's mounted, and a piece of glass screws on top. There's a reason. And he was like, I tried to put sticky tape and peel the filter off, and then I tried to use a chemical. That didn't work, so then I just got a screwdriver and just gently rubbed until I got all this. And this sensor is so scratched, and I was like, there's no fucking way. And at the end, they did end up with with shitloads of dead pixels, like loads of pixel lines were just completely fucked. I was like, yeah, that sensor's completely written off.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy.
Pros to send your camera off if you want the IR filter removed. Yeah, they'll use a chemical that dissolves it, right? That doesn't damage anything else. Or they'll heat it up in a way that makes it super easy to peel off. But yeah, but then again, apparently monochromatic cameras that don't have that extra color filter to create the colors on the sensor, they're way more expensive. And I was like, why is it more expensive to get a black and white digital camera? How the fuck does that work? But it'd be what it'd be, I suppose.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members.
Just to make it infrared, take infrared pictures.
Old Theo used to
right,
but things really
but you can get an infrared filter for like, you can get like a filter you screw on the front of the lens to do infrared, right? You can just turn the camera to mono if you want. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, surely you just tell it to stop paying attention to color information and get the same result. It was social media, so somebody may have just been doing it just to fucking farm engagement.
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened,
filters for film cameras to remove the infrared so it doesn't expose your film by accident. Yeah, but you can get like a filter you put on the lens, and then it basically only lets infrared light in, so you can only take infrared pictures, and then suddenly loads of the color spectrum is removed and you get these weird colored black and white. It's like black and white but color filtered. I'm certain I've seen people put an infrared filter on a lens. I'm certain I've seen it. Maybe I saw something else, but
work with them. Hell, interview them, but don't fight them. They really are just like.
Thinking it might be a similar thing to white PC parts are more expensive, low supply of them, low market. Maybe.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend.
Because I've seen people pitch bending sensors as well, where they put potentiometers on the voltages and various signals that go in and out of the camera sensor, and then they adjust them whilst it's working, and they start to pull all the blue out, and then they sort of like change it, and when they put the blue back in, it completely fucking argues with everything. It's really weird. But it creates some pretty cool effects.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Need to remove that filter from the sensors when it's infrared. It cannot be done. Adding a filter. Yeah, I mean, maybe the pictures I saw were from a film camera where they put an infrared filter on the lens, and then the film could only be exposed to infrared light.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
The lieutenant watches you pocket the banknote. He looks a little puzzled.
Good boy, a real team player. Now, do you have any more questions? Was it a good tour? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike.
Because you've got a filter to get rid of it. So you need a special kind of film and an infrared filter for the camera. But yeah, that's what I was shown was like black and white, or just like just filtering out infrared, but it was like a blue and red photo rather than like something else, because they'd taken all the infrared out or something, or they'd only shot an infrared or something. I can't quite remember, but yeah, with a certain kind of film and a filter, you can do it with a film camera, I think.
I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left, so you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is. Company
Catch you in a bit,
snitches,
Dennis.
agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
Excuse me.
And what would this entail?
There's something in the air today. It's sneezing like crazy.
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in Ladelta.
Yeah, sure. Hang on. Oh shit. Whoops. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, I did a permit and I fucking, your name didn't fill in properly. Sorry about that. Yeah, similar to this, but I don't know how they got the sky to be blue. But it was like all of the vegetation was blue, and then like the water was like a really dark purple red. It was a really weird color combination. Obviously, you can achieve a similar effect by just taking a really well exposed photo and then just color grading it and changing the colors in Photoshop. But yeah, they were actually shooting it. That's what it looks like on a digital sensor. That's how they edited it. So this is an edit to look like infrared. Okay, that makes sense. That's because that's what I've seen. I've seen this like where it's been edited to look like infrared, but I've also seen photographs that were like legitimately exposed only with infrared. So it was kind of like night vision during the day, but it wasn't overexposed. And like I say, like things were different colors, but they weren't like the opposite color, like a negative. It looked like a negative, but it wasn't a negative. You couldn't flip it and it would look right. If you flipped it, it'd look wrong again because it was a different spectrum of light. But yeah, added colors. Yeah, because you've got like completely chromatic, like completely black and white. If I find the post again, it's unlikely, but if I see the post again, I'll send it to you, because they explained what they did. And it was a process of filtering the lens, but also they must have been using a different kind of film. And I think they may have even had like a intermittent, like in between the camera body and the lens. They might have had something there as well, but they had a glass filter on the front as well. And I think they said they had to do some exposures to get it right. But they got these pictures that were like, the colors were wrong, but not like a negative where they were the opposite of what they should be. They were just like different because it was different wavelengths basically. Which is, yeah, it was kind of interesting, but yeah. The thing is, the photos, I think it was more of an achievement to pull it off than the photos looking good. It's one of those weird photography things where it's very clever that you pulled this off. It's cool that you've managed to make this work, but the photo you get out at the end, it doesn't really blow me away. Like it's a photograph of a lake and some trees, and everything is there perfectly in focus, but the colors are completely different to what my eye would perceive as those colors should be. but that's it, you know. I haven't seen somebody use this technique to create a photo that you couldn't just do in Photoshop. So yeah. Any plants will be completely white. Our photography is not monochromatic. Yeah, no, but you get like black and white monochromatic, and then you get also, like I say, but whatever. I don't want to explain. I don't want to start digging around looking for the post to explain it. I know what I saw, but I can't remember the name of the post because I see probably 60,000 posts a week at the moment, and I can't remember. But yeah, Ilford, the website showed what black and white photography looks like when you use infrared. And that's obviously black and white or monochromatic or whatever. But yeah, I've also seen a different kind of, maybe it wasn't infrared, maybe it was some other spectrum of light, I'm not too sure. But yeah, I saw somebody talking about how they put a filter on the front, an intermediate filter in between the lens and the camera body, and they didn't tell me, but they must have used a different film. And yeah, they got these weird, perfectly exposed, focused pictures, but the colors were all like, it's like somebody had photoshopped the colors, but obviously they couldn't have photoshopped because it was film.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
The picture you see is monochromatic because they chose to be. Just saying that our photography is not inherently monochromatic. It wasn't to prove. Just saying monochromatic is part of the edit of the eye. Yeah, I mean the Ilford the sort of explanation of what they were doing. All of those pictures were black and white. So I'm not too sure if that's. I'm not too sure if they're using black and white film and then only letting infrared light in for some reason. Because obviously if you were to do infrared but on black and white film, then they're going to be monochromatic just because they're black and white film, right? They would be with a normal lens, but they filtered it as well, I suppose. But yeah, whatever, it's gone. I can't explain it, so my brain won't allow me to access information at the moment. So yeah,
then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
One is a weird man looking at sonar mods for barra trauma. One of them replaces the sonar ping noise with the noise of an anime girl moaning. Could you imagine on a submarine? Hiya, 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 just echoing into the fucking ocean.
What? Did I? Well done then, Harry. I like not knowing about it, and I'm sure you made the right call. I spend the whole day delegating tasks, and it's a great relief to see people taking initiative. I don't even want to know what all of that means. Brew, shady, alcohol, turned off. I'm gonna let the world surprise me. Most certainly, Harry. By all means, Harry.
Right.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Oh, work well for one mod lets the sonar damage you and the creatures, though, to be fair. Loud anime girl moan deafens everyone nearby. Could you also imagine being on the other end, hearing another fucking submarine sonar ping and it's a fucking anime girl moaning? All the men on the ship look at each other like, did we just hear that? Just deafens everybody. Something sad happened in Denmark. So yesterday, basking shark showed up close to where I live and was swimming around. Today they found it dead, washed up on the shore. It was a young one too, only 6 meters long, and as an adult can easily reach 12 meters. So they're going to pick it up and try to figure out what's wrong. Yeah. So I've heard. Again, I apologize. I won't be able to find the post and show you guys, but I've heard of this behavior where really large mammals in the sea, really large creatures of the sea, they do tend to sort of start hovering around the coast of like an island before they die. It's this weird behavior. I can't remember what it was called, and I don't think all large sea creatures exhibit this behavior, but there was a name for it. And it was to do with they want to die, and they want to die, and like they want to be close to the ground when they die. They don't want to die and then sink really far down for some reason, but it's difficult to understand why they do it. But yeah, they said that when you see like a whale or something really close to land, it's usually a bad sign, because they obviously, you know, they need to have big open spaces to move because they're massive, and they need to basically swallow huge portions of seawater to filter out all the krill and everything. But yeah, hopefully they can find out what is wrong. Probably filled with plastic and old fishing nets. I hope not. And the difficulty is the whale carcasses, when they wash up on the land, if they aren't dealt with promptly, the decomposition creates gas inside the body, and it swells, and when it explodes, it basically sends rotten flesh for like hundreds of meters. It's fucking disgusting. So yeah, natural causes, not from something. Yeah, might be due to them losing muscle control, possibly. Maybe they explode. Yeah, it's fucking, yeah. Like, people find like skeletons on the beach, and they're like, what happened to this animal? There's like lumps of flesh in trees like 20, 30 meters away. There's lumps of flesh like literally 50, 60 meters away down the beach. You know, what the fuck happened to this thing? They had no idea. But yeah, the decomposition starts, and it happens with gazelles and stuff in like the plains of Africa, like gazelles and various other sort of herbivores. They get caught by a lion. The lion eats part of it, like the legs or the whatever, but the stomach and everything like starts to inflate, and the hyenas show up and they're digging around like, and one of them bites into it and it fucking explodes in their face. It's pretty fucking grit. It looks metal as fuck because they're like blood dripping off this fucking hyena's face with a lump of flesh in its mouth. Metal as fuck, but yeah, it's pretty fucking scary.
The square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite. There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
I should have seen it. People will move away on their own accord. Yes, I suppose change always has a price.
Right, so what else can we do? For anyone interested, they're celebrating the 25th anniversary of whatever, of Ghost Recon. So Wildlands and Breakpoint are both 95% off, only €2 to €5 currently. Yeah, Ghost Recon. I remember hearing about that. But I was there a Rainbow Six game that was like similar to that at the time, or are they Rainbow Six games? But yeah, every now and again, some good stuff comes up on Steam. It's definitely worth it. Bethesda Softworks. What have we got? Dark Ages for 9. Oh, Dark Ages for £9. Oh, is that Revelations? Is that just a DLC? I think I've already got a copy of that somewhere. Doom Anthology, Doom 1, 2, and... Oh, is it 1, 2, and 3? 20 quid, okay. Prey and Control. Prey and Control. Prey Digital Deluxe and Control Ultimate Edition for £6.30. That's a fucking bargain. Those are both incredibly good games. Like, that is silly good value. I think I own both of them already. But yeah, that is silly good. That is a fucking good deal. All the Quake games for £8. Oh, chat, I'm tempted. Oh, £8 for Quake 1, 2, 3, 4, and Champions. I'm tempted. Chat. But yeah, Control and Prey are both fucking brilliant games. For £6, £6.30, you can't fucking argue with that. Oh yeah, Dark Ages is £11. Okay. Eternal, I've already played Eternal on PlayStation, but yeah, playing it on my 4080 would be kind of nice. Yeah, that's a DLC. Okay. What's that? Quake. Quake 2, 3, 4. 4 was okay. It was, yeah. Quake Live I've already got. Seeing footage of Quake Live being played. Oh. Dishonored. They got a play. Yeah, Indiana Jones down to 35 quid. Yeah. Cyberpunk Fest. How much is Cyberpunk the game? I think I've already got both of those. I think. Or they're on my wish list. That's on my wish list. That's really good, apparently. 15 quid for Cyberpunk. It's a brilliant game. Dead as Disco's down to 16 quid. Oh, I'm so tempted, chat, but this game would literally take over my life. Never played Youngblood, so I suppose I could play that. Already played that. Yeah. But yeah, dude, Sony is fucking reeling right now. Sony is absolutely reeling. And I keep looking at games on Steam that I could play, and I'm like, fuck, I haven't turned my PlayStation on in fucking ages. But yeah, I think we need to. I think we need to not turn our PlayStations on. And yeah, if the GTA 6 launch is underwhelming for PlayStation, like they don't see a shit ton of people playing it day one, I think that'll put the fear of God in them. Because yeah, right now they're probably banking on that being a big day for PlayStation, as well as Xbox, obviously, but still. But yeah, I haven't turned my PlayStation on in months. Well, not months, but yeah, weeks. But yeah. But they're Tom Clancy games as well. I thought they were sort of similar to Rainbow Six. There's that purple thing that it's DLC. Yeah, for both. Control is brilliant. That's a gift. Yeah, yeah. No, Control and Prey. I mean, Prey is really, really interesting. It's of all the systems games that I've played, like, yeah, it was genuinely pretty liberal with like what you could do as a player. It was pretty interesting how you could solve problems. And yeah, good story, interesting art direction, good level design. Yeah, oh, it's a fucking great game. Pre-orders are way beyond expectations, so doubt it. Yeah, yeah. Take Two just had their earnings call, said GTA 6 pre-orders were so far beyond expectations they didn't even want to try and predict launch day sales or the launch week sales. Well, this is the thing. If pre-orders are well above what they expected, then day one sales will obviously not be quite as much because people that want to buy it have bought it already, right? And yeah, I'm still on the fence. I don't know whether I want to jump on the hype. I have a feeling that the internet is not going to shut up about it for like 6 months, so I may as well buy it and play it offline. I could stream it, but at the same time, it's going to be such a fucking busy category. I mean, if you guys want to see it, you know, it is a franchise that I've played through. I played Grand Theft Auto 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I ever played Chinatown Wars. But yeah, San Andreas, and yeah, I played all of them. But it was a long time ago. I think I played 4 on the PlayStation 3, for fuck's sake. So it's been a while. But yeah, I think I played 5. No, I played 5 on a PS4, but it was quite early on, I think. I can't remember. Maybe it was, but yeah. It's been a while. It's been a fucking long time since I played a Grand Theft Auto game. But we played Red Dead, so we played a Rockstar game, you know, not too long ago. Tons of people were buying it at launch day because they don't want to pre-order. Yeah, this is the thing with a game that's as big as Grand Theft Auto 6. I would completely understand people pre-ordering it like a week before, because it's going to take several days to download, right? It's going to take a day and a half to download because it's just the servers are going to be so pushed and the game is going to be so big that I would want to make sure it's installed and ready to activate day one. So if I am going to get it, it will be like a week before. But yeah, people that pre-ordered it, like, you know, as soon as the pre-order was available and it got delayed, I was like, you guys, you gave them a bunch of money and they realized they could fucking chill. They realized they could fucking chill out. So they did. Right, let's go see if we can get a brand strategist from this guy. And also, see if our gun... I think we may have already asked him about our gun, I think. Let's double check. Went out for GTA 6 when they delayed it. Or did I hear wrong? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure... There's been 2 delays. I think they delayed it before they allowed pre-orders. I think then the pre-order, and I think they delayed it again, but not by much. I think there were 2 delays. They delayed it by a few months, like several months, and I think they delayed it by another week or 2, another month or 2. I'm not sure. 2 delays. Okay. But no pre-order before. Oh, okay. Okay.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. This is... I certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity to acquire something that can make princes out of peons. Owning shares, that's where the proper trade is. Far beyond the pittance I deal with in here. Nothing's wrong with it. The shop suits me fine, it's just... We all need a bit of luck in our lives, you know. A lottery win. No can do. I need to make money. This is a business first and foremost, not a charity. No offense, but I don't think it would do me much good. Nothing to
Yeah,
do
because I
with
remember they delayed it and then they delayed it
It's
again.
just
I
my
thought the
customers
pre-orders
tend
went
to be,
live just before the second delay, but I
wouldn't
can't remember.
know who you are.
Pre-order basically right as it became available. Okay.
I'd be glad to trade for your shares. Let's stick to that. In theory, yes. You probably have enough to afford it all. However, I don't plan on selling up and joining the mastodons of La Delta just yet. What I can do is trade that modified streetlight over there for some of your shares. It's the most expensive item in here. The finest in interior lighting.
Expensive isn't everything. And we know that light isn't even a recognizable brand. You can't exactly strut down the street and turn heads with it like you can a new Perseus Black number either. Let's not completely write it off yet. Perhaps there's a business venture to be had here. Any ideas? Turn it into an art installation. Invite viewers to question what it means to bring an outside light inside. We have so many barriers to break down and concepts to explore. For a price, of course. There's much to be learned in this kind of rewiring job. You could steal its secrets and make a whole line of modified street tech to sell to the public. It's up to you. If you think it's got ROI potential, then go ahead. Just bear in mind that these shares are developing into a fortune without you having to do anything.
Have another look at it. Really take in that quality craftsmanship. Any other questions in the meantime? Let me have a look. Another time, perhaps.
Yes, I'm still thinking it's going to be... Is it 80 quid or something? The version that you want's 100 quid, right? Like the version that allows you to do tattoos and custom car colours and stuff. The version that you want is 100 quid, right? Because, yeah, when they said the release version is going to be 70 quid, I was like, that seems a bit strange. And then it came to light that, yeah, there's a release version that's 70 quid, but you can't customise cars. There's a bunch of haircuts and clothes you can't access. There's and I was like, well, that's some of the really significant stuff in the Grand Theft Auto world is customizing stuff. Like, that's a really big part of the gameplay, in my humble opinion. So yeah, I get it. Yeah, they're offering a version so you can get in the door, but at the same time, they're not really giving you the full experience. They're not locking car customization to the deluxe edition, where you can't customize cars unless you pay an extra 30. Okay, yeah. So, but what are they? What are they actually? What is the fucking? Because I've read multiple times that there's a bunch of customization options that aren't going to be included. Not the normal ones. So what does that equate to, though? Like, what are the special garages able to do that the normal garages can't? I guess we won't fully know until... Where are you going? Just walk round and fucking stand there. Alright, go the long way around then. Special specific customization options for specific cars. So, oh yeah, have they laid out exactly what that means? Because I'm starting to worry that, yeah, they do want to start selling games for 100 quid a pop.
Tequila Sunset.
Things have really turned around for you, haven't they? You've got big money problems now.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, is that, you know, like, obviously media outlets lie, but then again, like, publishers of games, they lie about, like, what the game's going to include, what's extra, what's not. So, yeah, like, I don't, you know. But, like, yeah, I've read multiple sources all started to claim that the £100 version will allow you to customize things fully, whereas the other one will have limitations on what you can customize. And I was like, could be anything, just not normal customization. We were talking like that one lowrider garage and the area derby garage or GTA Online. These sources are fucking bullshit and looking for clicks. Yeah, well, the thing is, I kept hearing it, like, so many different, and not just, you know, fucking chumps on social media pretending they're a media outlet channel when it's just them posting on Instagram, but, like, you know, actual, like, journalists were talking about it. But yeah, seems a bit shitty, not as bad. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, I don't know what that actually means, because, like, the deluxe version of the video game having stuff that's exclusive has been around for a while, but yeah, when you're talking about customization, I'm not too sure. They're obviously saying that it's not going to be all customization. You can still customize cars, but if it's not the degree of customization that people have come to expect, if they're going to get a limited experience in terms of customization, I'm not too sure people are going to go for that. They're obviously going to go for the more expensive version, I think, but yeah. Written by A, that's why I would never read gaming. Yeah, there's so much snake oil out there. Equally as dumb. Yeah, I might have to do a bit more reading about it, but yeah, that's what I heard, is that, you know, you're not going to be able to customize your character as much, and you're not going to be able to customize your cars as much. And there was no word of, you know, you'll be able to buy the upgrade pack down the line, or, you know, after 6 months or a year, it will change. It literally just said that this version, you're locked out of certain garages, you're locked out of certain clothing stores, you're locked out of certain tattoo shops, and, you know, you can't change your haircut as much. And I was like, But again, it's all hearsay, right? The game hasn't come out yet, so.
Don't be shy, Tequila. Of course I'll do it. I'm your man. Tequila. You don't know what you're missing out on. Those other guys, they'll just steal your money while providing meager service.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, is that with that being the case, so in terms of the marketing strategy, anytime a publisher, someone that's releasing a film, anybody that's selling anything, anytime they're vague about what something actually means, it usually means the worst possible outcome. That's just how it's always been with video games, films, anything. If they're not specific about exactly what's included, if they're a bit ambiguous with their wording, it usually means it's going to be the worst possible outcome. That's just how marketing usually works 90% of the time. So the fact that they've been a bit ambiguous and said that there's limited customization options makes me think that there's going to be a pretty serious, noticeable lack of customization with the base edition. But on release day, I guess we'll find out. But yeah. No shit, anyone claiming to. Yeah, it's Grand Theft Auto. People make content about what's trending, even if they haven't got anything to make content with. And yeah, I've seen screenshots of the fucking 4K artwork that dropped the other day, and people are like, look, there's two birds, and then there's one bird on the wire, and then there's a lizard and a bird flying over there. And then if we compare that to the fucking release art for for Grand Theft Auto 5, there's so many theories. It's like, guys, the game hasn't even fucking come out yet. Calm down.
Now, me,
but they're just so eager to start posting about it. But yeah,
I only provide very high concept ideas. And as I already
okay, I'm gonna look up what actually been said, because yeah,
brand easily, I'll help you make your mark.
I need a reputable source. What's actually said on the website? Will also be available as purchase separate. Oh yeah, so you can purchase it separate at any time. Okay. What does it even say? Because that's a whole load of stuff. Like, that's a whole load of stuff that's... Because if the Electric Fang tattoo parlor is just one tattoo parlor out of the whole, like, game, and there's multiple, fine. But if Electric Fang is the brand of all the tattoo parlors, what does that mean? Because yeah, personalized weapon variants, that's just weapon skins, whatever. The guns will work the way the guns work, right? You get some revolvers, you get a car, whatever. You'll be able to steal a car anyway. Yeah, like if Sarah's Unisex Salon is the only salon brand in the entire game, so yeah, I'm not too sure. It includes the game. Standard conditions can purchase Ultimate Edition upgrade from the PlayStation Microsoft stores after the standard code has been redeemed. Yeah, I mean, you can believe what you want. It's dumb to believe they're going to limit it extensively. Yeah, but you don't have any evidence for that either. This is the thing: is that the ambiguous nature of the wording surround. I don't want to get into an argument. I'm serious. This is like the 15th argument I've got into somebody when I'm trying to explain myself. My fucking brain just won't say the words. So, if they are not being clear about exactly what you get in the base and what you get in the deluxe, then there's something going on. I'm sorry. There's something going on. How many games have done that? So many games have said that you get this, this, and this in the deluxe, and nobody buys it, and then you realise, I'm actually shit. There's a whole bunch of shit you don't get in the base. But yeah, yeah. I can't explain myself anymore. I can't word things in a way that makes sense anymore. So yeah, I'm done. Whatever. We'll wait until the game comes out, because at this point I can't even trust myself apparently. So you know, it's not you cure fits. It's just every single time I try and explain my point of view, it just doesn't compute into anyone, and I don't care anymore. I don't care. I can't word things anymore. But yeah, like the fact that there's that list of like what 15, maybe 12 things, and there's that they haven't specified what the base edition includes, that really fucking worries me. That's concerning to me, regardless of how it pans out. That's just concerning. But yeah,
no tequila. Yeah. No.
Yes, but we don't know. We don't know whether the Unisex Salon and the Electric Fang Tattoo Parlor are the only ones, because in Grand Theft Auto games there's usually like a brand, right? You've got the chicken shop in 5, and then the gyms will all be called one thing, the salons will all be called one thing, and it's just, you know, because that's kind of a dig at corporate America and how everything's the same, right? How one company owns everything, right? It's a bit of a social commentary. But if there's other tattoo parlors, because this is the thing that, like I said, they haven't specified that this Electric Fang tattoo parlor is a specific one, and if it isn't, if it is specific, what's specific about it, you know? But yeah. They're always named normal garages in generic, like auto shop and tattoo parlors. Tattoo parlor unless they're specific shop and they get a special name, like Benny's Auto. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. The fact that they haven't been more clear about what's included is what's concerning to me. That's what's concerning, because if they haven't, if they've said, there's specific things that you can only get with the deluxe that are specific kinds of customization, but you can customize. So don't worry, guys. You can still buy the game. You can still customize your cars. You can still get tattoos. You can still get haircuts and everything. You can still dye your hair whatever color you want. They haven't done that. They haven't specifically said that, because otherwise people wouldn't be speculating. So it's like, that's what makes me question it. That's what makes me wonder what the fuck's going on. Because they've been super vague. That all of that on the actual Rockstar website, it just says this is what you get in the deluxe, and it just doesn't say anything else. And I'm like, I don't know. That to me is a bit sussy. Anyway, we've got an ad break coming on. I definitely need to take a break because I'm at just capacity at the moment. Please excuse me for losing my temper, but I don't know how or why I'm not speaking the same language, but everybody in the last fucking 4 months, I've had about 15 people just disagree with me bluntly, and I'm just like, I try and explain myself, and nobody wants to listen to me at all, and I don't know what else to do, and I'm not going to argue with anybody anymore. Whatever anybody says is fine, whatever, I don't care. I'm good. Comprised of tattoo designs and real-life artist collective. Right, okay, so they're specific to a real-life artist. Okay, so that makes it seem like, okay. But again, the ambiguity with... But anyway, let's move on to something else. I'm not gonna go on. Let's move on to something else because, I don't have anything left. I'm sorry. I don't even know if I should be streaming right now, to be honest. This is fucking ruining the video, to be honest. But anyway, I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll take a quick break and I'll come back and I'll try and get my head out of my ass. I apologise. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, I love when I bleed her out of fucking waterfowl there. That's fucking satisfying. Don't fuck with me, game. Game. Game, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me, game. It didn't want to let me do that. There's probably a proper solution. It didn't want to let me do that. Thing is, that battery will disappear because it's purple, so the battery needs to go in there. Ah, do we take the teleporter to the battery? Hang on. Because if we put that there, dudes, this game is so fucking cool. This game is so fucking cool, dudes. It's so clever. But also, I want to be careful not to destroy this boat, because we are going to need it to jump in and fast travel. I'll try and bring it round here. And then do one of these. This chat, look at this. I spawn out. Oh no, I broke it. Oh no, I broke it. Shit, I broke it. Okay, it's fine. Thought I'd broken the game for a second there. Yeah, we don't have I don't think we've got the recipe for it. Cat. You make a cat. Where's my horse? What are you doing? Fall on my head. It's not doing very much damage, but it is setting them on fire, but it's not doing enough damage. The rape... I couldn't roll in time.
Okay.
Fuck's sake, that jump's awkward, man. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Getting 1 HP in a dream.
No, God!
So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat.
Do any of that shit because I don't want to. I don't want to use underhanded social like engineering or behavioral sciences to trick people into interacting with my content. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just make the point I want to make because I don't hear anyone else making it, and then move on. That's all I want to do. You know, I just want to add my thoughts and feelings about something if I don't see them already being expressed somewhere. And it doesn't happen often, but when it does, I post something and I get a bunch of people commenting saying they agree. You know, so I'm like, okay, well at least I'm not alone in that. But yeah, I don't want to fucking trick people into watching my content or commenting on my stuff. It's just, it feels gross. But that's the game. You've got to fucking do it. You've got to trick people into fucking engaging, and I don't like that, which is why I'm never going to be a successful content creator. But you know what? With fucking 51% of traffic on the internet now is bots. They've fucking clocked it. It's now more bots than humans. We've crossed that threshold. So I don't even know if I want to be a successful content creator because there's no human.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
This is how you end
Fuck.
the winters.
Fuck.
To ensure I never see
I think we fucking did it. Brad, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. Oh, no, no. Fucking hell. I almost fucking let it go there. I stopped paying attention. Never do that. Never do that.
Bruh. My daughter!
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. And apologies about earlier. But as I say, I've just particularly, after 3 years of being unwell, I finally thought I'd found the medication that was going to fix me. And I'm still coughing. I'm still full of phlegm. I still can't think straight. And I'm just like, I don't have anything left. I just don't have anything left. And every time I try and express my opinion, I'm bluntly told that I'm wrong without any evidence, and I'm just like, whatever, you know. And it's not aimed at you, Coffits. It's not aimed at anybody in chat. It's just, I just don't know why I can't explain what I'm thinking. My brain is such a fucking mess right now because of a lack of sleep. I just can't explain what I'm trying to say in a way that makes sense.
What do you need to know?
And yeah, anyway, I didn't get a drink, did I? Fuck. Okay, I'll have to go grab a drink in a second.
He doesn't exactly come across as responsible. Are you sure you can trust him with your entire fortune?
I used to be a moderately high net worth individual myself, if I can say so. I've managed big money before, played the game, hustled the movers of the marketing world.
Pretty ballsy to name yourself Fail, especially if it's said as Fail. Yeah, that made me think the yeah. Which clip was it? I'm somewhat of a scientist myself. Being there, I get it. Yeah, it's just like a bunch of people recently have like asked me to explain why I feel a certain way, and I've explained, and they've just like argued with me about my own opinion, and I'm like, but brother, it's my opinion, you know, like I'm allowed to fucking think this, you know, I'm allowed to have these feelings, you know.
No one had ever seen before or since.
And I think maybe it's because I've started to tell people, you know what, like I'm fucking worn out, I don't feel very good, my brain isn't working, I'm not a happy individual at the moment, and maybe I'm not allowed to be unhappy. They need me to be this emotional fucking rock, so they can be the unhappy one and they can get all the sympathy and everything. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, I've just kind of run aground, and I just don't have any fucking patience left. But yeah, like every time I get the inkling that somebody's going to try and screw the consumer, and I apologize that I always presume they're going to screw the consumer, but yeah, it wouldn't be the first time, would it? So yeah, anyway, Elden Ring 1, where the game crashed mid-attack. Did Elden Ring crash? Because we played that on PlayStation. I remember Sekiro crashed.
Not tales of happy memories. Numbers, please.
But yeah, it doesn't.
How many years did he work? What profits
anyway,
did he earn?
Nothing's aimed at anybody in chat. I'm just expressing myself and telling you guys how I feel, so you guys know that I haven't got any. If I can't make it, if I can't make what I'm trying to say clear the first time, I'm just going to check out and move on. Please don't take it personally. Like I say, it's not aimed at you guys. I just haven't got it in me to get into a long-winded explanation about something. I just can't. I can't be asked right now. Nothing matters to me anymore. Like nothing. Like, you know, games that are releasing, films that I want to go and see, restaurants I want to visit, art galleries I want to visit. Nothing matters to me anymore. I just don't have anything in me anymore to live life. I just don't have that kind of hunger to go and do things and to experience things and to think about things and talk about. I just don't have it in me at the moment. For the first time in 41 years of life, I just don't have any desire to learn or experience anything. And it's, yeah. So like I say, if I need to just move on from something, I'm just going to move on from it. Don't take it personally, if that's all right.
Remember when Maria Capaleva caused an uproar by walking the red carpet in those slippers? The ones with the stick-on jiggly tits?
Yes, we do remember that.
That was me. I did that. We sold a lot of slippers that year.
All right, here we go. Miss Kapaleva, nay,
But yes, we have got Heartworm to play after this,
was once known,
which I must admit looks interesting.
Vedette and sex symbol. Her role in director Dodo Shakan's sexploitation motion picture, Psychotronic Stripper, launched her into stardom. She's been voted most captivating woman by Lafayette 3 years running.
Drinking is the fuel to my fire. Moistens me up to ensure the high concepts have a smooth landing. Shit.
He could definitely work more on his hand-eye coordination.
Okay. Let me get a sip first.
But yes, they are showing the Odyssey in the art gallery cinema down the road from me. I can't even get a sentence out sometimes. The art gallery cinema down the road from me is showing the Odyssey. It's not an IMAX cinema, obviously, but I don't know where the nearest IMAX to me is. It's probably Brighton, and it's a bit far. But they're doing a showing at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday, which is during the week, which is going to be like a daytime showing, which is I'm hoping it's going to be pretty quiet, because I like going to that cinema specifically because it's very small, and therefore there's less chance of people being noisy. Because other than that cinema, I just don't go to the cinema anymore. And I feel like maybe it's something that I'm missing in my life. Is I used to enjoy watching films in a cinema, and I got a projector for home, and it had a similar kind of vibe to it. But obviously, the projector makes noise, and you don't really hear the noise while the film is, But when there's a quiet moment where two characters are just looking at you, can hear like a So it does change things a little bit. But yeah, casting an image onto a screen, there is something about it.
You see,
it's not film, obviously, because it's a digital projector, but still.
People of Martinez, nada, null. For them to see your wealth, to really respect that, you need to convert it into something real, something tangible. The bigger the better. The horseback monument. That's the center of the district. They'd have to pay attention to that. We could get your name up there in lights.
Don't care about IMAX or small cinema for quality. I prefer a local dude who fight for his cinema and always don't want money for the extra mile or the glasses. Yeah, the 3D glasses. Why are you shouting, Baba? What's the matter? Baba, seriously, you've got fresh water, you've got dry food, you've got a clean letterbox. Why are you shouting? Hmm? He's just been shouting at me for no fucking reason. And he was outside the bed. He was outside the bathroom door.
Doesn't need renovating.
He was outside the bathroom door howling, and I was like, okay. So I opened the door, picked him up, and brought him into the bathroom. And then he started howling to be let out again. I was like, what do you want? What's the matter?
I didn't say renovating.
Yeah, he's just being a cat.
Reconceptualization.
But again, I apologise, chat. I have very little in the tank at the moment. Very little in the tank. I can't make something clear within the first few sort of explanations. I'm just going to say, okay, whatever, and just move on. And like I say, I don't want you guys to take it personally. It's a me thing. It's me, not you, as ironic as that's how. But I just genuinely don't have it in me to fucking labour the point as much as I usually do. So if you notice that, please don't take it personally. I'm not trying to sort of blow you off. I haven't got it in me at the moment. I need to keep everything a lot more low key, a lot more simple, because I just haven't got it in me at the moment.
What would it cost?
Shush, Baba. Bathroom, he probably went, oh, don't leave me out here, and got in and was like, yeah, no, let me out. All fine, brother. I was to say, we all have our bad to cut. Yeah, I don't want it to come across on stream because this game is not very popular to stream, and I need to put my best foot forward with streams, and at the moment it's so difficult to get into that sort of like happy, engaging, chatty kind of, because normally I can just have a conversation with everybody without it turning into a disagreement, and I don't know why it keeps turning into a disagreement at the moment. I don't know why, because at the moment I clearly haven't got it in me to have disagreements, and I don't want to disagree with people, but yeah, it just seems like I just can't say the right thing at the moment, whatever I say, everybody gets angry at me, and I'm just like, I'm just going to go fucking walk into the sea.
Nothing up front. That's because I always put the client first. My cut will come out of the back end, after we've made you a sensation.
We really haven't got time for this. In case you've forgotten, we are supposed to be investigating a murder.
And forget about contractors and the like. This job I'm handling personally. Concept and execution. Any unexpected expenses we'll take care of later. Can't let price compromise the work.
Either come up here and say hello or be quiet. Those are your options, Bubba. Either come up here and say hello, like a gentleman, or be quiet.
That's it. I'm back.
A big one. Too big.
Sorry about that, my friend. This isn't about me. This is about you. Of course. A chance for you to give back to the community, to get your brand out there, to teach them.
Yeah, it's weird how we had some encoding overloading earlier. I'm just checking the the upload rate and everything else seems okay. Yeah. Anyway,
I can already see it.
Godzilla style.
Sunset.
Him just.
Cathode rays,
You imagine?
Luminous against the evening sky. There won't be
But yeah, one of the most annoying things is I can't cough and clear my throat properly. You come say hello, Baba. You come say hello. Say hello. Instead of argue with our friends, I could wash them, only the mouth and the head was... No, the thing is, I don't want to disagree or argue with anybody. It's just, like, whenever I make a point, I'm always wrong. And I'm like, okay, whatever, I'm wrong. Like, I just don't care anymore, What do I know? See, look, he's quiet. He's not making any more noise. No more noise. Now that you're the centre of attention, there's no more noise. Is that how it works? Is that how it works, Babington? Is that how it works? Is that how it works? Now that you're the centre of attention. And he's off. Excuse me.
This is a good
But yes, please excuse me, chat. For the last few months, I've been an absolute fucking shitlord. I just don't know what's going on. Can't think straight. I can't fucking logically put things together in my head. Can't be creative. I can't fucking come up with ideas. I can't fucking take the ideas that I've already come up with and make them into anything. Like whenever I'm editing clips, I'm like, why am I fucking bothering? You know, I'm editing clips and I'm just like, why the fuck am I doing this? You know, what's the point? And I know there's a point to it. I know that I can post them on social media and I can use them to start conversations and stuff. But yeah, even when the thing is, even when I post something where I'm like, I want to start a discussion about something, nobody in the comments wants to start. But as soon as I start talking about something and I'm less than favorable in my description of something, everybody wants to argue. And I'm like, oh, fucking whatever, dudes, you know? Like video games that are like that, you know? Like just because you're fucking obsessed with it doesn't, you know, it doesn't mean that this shooter game is better than you think it is. It doesn't mean that it's perfect, you know? This fucking extraction shooter isn't better than every other game on the market. You just prefer it. It's just your subjective preference. Or, you know, that racing game really isn't as realistic as you're talking about. It isn't that realistic, but people are so sheltered in their fucking little franchises. People that play like, you know, a certain racing game, and I'm like, yeah, but there's much more realistic simulator games out there that are like free. You know, you can get like iRacing or whatever that's really, really accurate. But it's very expensive it's free to download the game and you get a free car, but beyond that, you know, it gets really expensive because it's a serious simulator game where there's a lot of work going into everything. But yeah, you can't just play like a fucking casual racing game and like say, I can do this lap around a certain track. I'm like, it's not a proper racing game. It's not a simulator game. So that lap time, you know, you're arguing that a lap time in real life isn't that good. You can do almost as good as that in blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, of course you can. It's a fucking video game. Plus, it's not even remotely accurate, you know. But yeah, they're arguing that someone doing a fucking qualifying lap in a Formula 1 car, like, oh, I could do that lap time. Excuse me? Are you on the Formula 1 grid? No, but I could do it in a video game. Fucking shut up, bruv. Shut the fuck up. It's not comparable at all. Like, get out of your fucking bubble. For me, I don't argue anymore. Why I don't post. Yeah, this is it. It's just sort of like the amount of times I've posted a fucking TikTok or something, and I'm just expressing what I would consider a fairly inoffensive opinion about something that I think is worth talking about. And someone's always got to turn it into an argument. And then, like, I'm trying to have a discussion about something here, and it just turns into an argument. I'm like, why is it like this? Why is it every time I express something, someone's got to tell me I'm wrong, but then not provide me with enough evidence to make me learn how I'm wrong? It's just, no, but you're wrong. It's just always the same comments. No, but you're wrong. Please explain. No, you're wrong. Yeah, how? How am I wrong? Explain to me how I'm wrong. Clown emoji. Fucking, yeah, whatever, dude. Whatever. And this is what the world is made up of. 80% of the people on this planet are just brain dead fucking idiots. And the reason nothing works the way it's supposed to work is because people are ignorant and greedy. That's it. If you could just get everybody to stop being such a selfish, ignorant piece of shit, almost all infrastructure would work better. Public transport, industries, fucking logistics, all kinds of shit would just work if everyone was just not as much of a selfish dickhead. But there's always, in every single supply chain, in every kind of chain of events, there's always got to be one person just refusing to just fucking play ball and just do what they're supposed to do. There's always a reason why they can't do it. And people spend more time trying to get out of doing what they're supposed to do than just fucking doing it. The amount of effort people will go to make something not their responsibility. It's like, so what is your responsibility? Because don't get me wrong, I know right now people are getting their jobs cut and everything, and it's fucking brutal, but every now and again I come across somebody, I'm like, you know what, when your job gets cut and you can't explain what your actual job is because you fucking delegated and argued that something isn't your responsibility over and over to the point where you don't do anything. That's why your job got replaced. And I feel bad saying that because I think everybody deserves a job. But time and time again, I come across this one person in a series of events, this one person that I have to deal with that just fucking refuses to just fucking play ball and just fucking do what they're supposed to do. It's so annoying. There's always got to be somebody at a fucking reception desk somewhere. Or somebody who walks around with a clipboard saying that you can't do things this way, you can't do it that way. And they just refuse to fucking do what they need to do to make the whole thing work. And then the whole thing doesn't do what it's supposed to do. And it's just everything in the UK is like that. There's so much bureaucracy and red tape. It's so fucking crazy. There's always got to be one person fucking it up for the rest of us. It's so mentally strenuous. But anyway. buy a cat to hang around, let him sit in. Saw on Laura's stream. Okay, it was Decolette. Cat did enjoyed it. Laura's stream. I'm not too sure which Laura you mean. 9 out of 10 on social media if they do that because it's because they are wrong or stupid. They just have a cockwomble person, usually male, prone to making outrageously stupid statements and or inappropriate behaviour while genuinely having a high opinion of their own wisdom and importance. Yeah, that pretty much describes it. Because somebody put a post. Thank you for the hydrate. I need to go get a drink. Somebody put a post out about golf, and they said, "What would you consider a handicap of a golfer?" Tiger, welcome in. Good to see you. Someone said, "What would you consider the handicap of a good golfer?" And I put a comment saying, "Do you know what? There's people that are good at golf, and then there's people that are good to play golf with, and I know which one I prefer because I don't like making things about people's handicaps and stuff. I think that's a bit cringe, but it's engagement farming. But I thought I've got something poignant to say about golf, something bittersweet about golf to say, that I'd rather play with somebody who I enjoy the company of, who's terrible at the game, than somebody who's really good at the game that I can't fucking stand. You know, I don't care how good the shots are and how much I could learn from them. If they're a pain in the ass to chat with for an entire round of golf, I'm not interested. And I think that that's a sentiment that a few other people might share. So I put the comment up there. And a bunch of people were like, yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, fuck handicap. I'm all about me and the bros playing. Doesn't matter what we score. We don't even count sometimes. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Sometimes we don't even count. Sometimes we don't even keep score. It's just nice to spend the afternoon with your mates, right? Because that's kind of what golf is. That's what fishing is. It's nice to spend time on a boat on your own. You know, it's nice to spend time away from people. Apparently. I get it. But yeah, you know, there's a difference between someone that's good at golf and someone who's good to play golf with. There's sometimes a bit of a difference there, and that's what I was trying to highlight. And one of the comments was like, so you're one of these people that can't answer a question? And I'm like, bruv, it's a fucking engagement farm post. There is no right answer. And I was like, I'm not even going to respond. I'm not even going to call this guy out. But unfortunately, I can't delete replies to my comment. Only the person who posted it can delete them. Sometimes they do. Sometimes I'll say something, the author likes the comment that I've made, but then somebody else says something really negative, and I ignore it, but then another reply comes in, and I check, and that negative reply is gone from my comment, because the person who posted it deleted it, and I was like, oh, brother, I love you. Thank you so much. But yeah, friend of mine, the cat, always likes body contact and cuddle all of the time. Yeah, he's a lap cat. Sometimes he likes to sleep on his own, but other times he wants to be the center of attention because he's a bit of a diva. But yeah, anyway, let's play the video game. Anyway.
Whoa there! No need to worry about that. I've got it all.
But yeah, I just can't explain myself at the moment, so I just need to stop trying. And I don't want to just sort of blow people off, but I'm just yeah, whatever. You know, I have an opinion, and if you don't believe it, then cool. You know, and again, it's not aimed at anybody here, but if I am a little bit terse and a little bit kind of like, you know, nonchalant, and I just leave a conversation, start talking about something else, as I say, please don't take it personally. I just don't have it in me at the moment. I don't have anything in me at the moment. I wake up, I do my job, I go to sleep, you know. I go to the driving range and I hit golf balls to practice, but I'm just not there. I'm not locked in. I'm not paying attention. I'm just doing it because I've got nothing else to do, you know? And I'm trying to organise to do stuff, get out of the house and do stuff, go to the cinema, go see friends in Brighton or London or maybe Spain or France or whatever. But yeah, just day to day, the days just go by. Days just go by. And yeah, like I say, the only thing I've added to my life recently is Battlefield 6, and that's been a huge disappointment. Like it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It's like normally when you play an online competitive multiplayer game, it's fun, really fun, like just over half of the time. It's like 60-40, it's fun. Battlefield is like 80-20 bad. It's only fun 20% of the time. The rest of the time it's just so hard to play and have fun with.
Exactly.
So yeah.
We're partners, you and I. Partners in drinking, partners in business.
But yes, this new monitor, once I can get a space for it on my desk, I want to replay a couple of games offline in HDR on an OLED.
I command you to sit down here and not move until I'm back. Open a beer, chat with your old pals.
The lieutenant massages his temples and looks down at the ground.
Relax. I see you both running around like maniacs, just back and forth, back and forth. Gotta live a little. Enjoy the day.
He turns his swollen face against the snow. Droplets of beer freezing in his beard.
Played some games on my Linux to test. Yes, that's one of the tasks I have. Like I say, I've got so little like of anything in me at the moment. But one of the tasks I want to do is to install a Linux partition on my MacBook Pro and start using Linux daily just to watch streams and to do basic stuff. And then from there, if I can get games to work on Linux, I can get OBS to work on Linux, then I might start using Linux from now on. Because Windows 11 has just, it's been such a fucking pain in my ass. It's just been so fucking awkward about stuff. It's just, yeah, like nothing works properly. Like even the file explorer crashes and doesn't work properly. And when I right click on a folder to check the size of the folder, sometimes it includes the last folder I just checked, plus the, because I'll be checking the size of a folder and it's like 17 gigabytes. I'm like, okay, if I chuck a few more clips in there, that'll be 20.8 gigabytes or whatever. A certain amount of clips is 20.8 gigabytes and that'll fit on a Blu-ray. Then I create another folder and I start filling that up and then I just have folders to burn to disks when I get a spare chance. But yeah, it'll be 17 point whatever and I'll drag 2 clips in there. So it should be about 19.8 and I've got space for one more to make it 20 point whatever. But it's like 64 gigabytes. I'm like, nah, that can't be right. So I push Control Z to undo the move I just did, check 17 gigabytes, drag those 2 files back in, check the, right click it and go to properties and check again. And it's like 20.6 gigabytes. I'm like, what the fuck was that 64.8? Where did that come from? How did the operating system come to that conclusion? I didn't have anything else selected. I dragged and dropped, and then I right clicked on a folder. So there's nothing else selected. But yeah, and then it crashes. I open up a folder and it just locks and I have to close it. And when I close it, the whole taskbar goes away because the file explorer and the taskbar are obviously pretty closely related in their sort of process. Yeah, the whole taskbar goes away and comes back. And then I start again and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Linux Mint is easy for beginners. I installed it with some friends and I'm not an expert, only know how to create boot sticks. Yeah, there's something Mint and there was also Ubuntu's a popular one, but I don't know if that's a bit more specialised, but yeah. We had biscuits and gravy for breakfast. My auntie yelled, Tiger's a vegetarian. Gravy has sausage bits in it. Oh, shit. Yeah, I suppose, the gravy is one of those things that could have, like, animal stock in it, so yeah. But really go full in and get the best. Bezit. Is Bezit the best one? Bon appetit. Yeah, like I say, so people have said Mint is like a version of a distribution, right? There's something Mint and something else, and then there's the same thing but a different. I can't remember, but yeah, like I say, I can't access information in my brain at the moment. I should just play the video game. I should stop fucking going off on these tangents. I apologise, chat.
No tequila. Let me take care of it.
That's why I don't eat gravy. Yeah, if you're vegetarian.
Before you know it, the man has put down the bottle, stood up, and left. Minutes pass. The clouds change shape up in the sky. You chat a bit with old Rosemary. Then try to strike up a conversation with Don't Call Abigail about something other than Abigail. To no avail. It's all about Abigail. The lieutenant sits silent the entire time, preferring to focus on his notebook. After what feels like ages, you hear the fence creaking as if under a large weight. Look at him. Just look at him.
Save the wild hogs. Just run. This is the best Arch SteamOS is made of, but it's AMD. Yeah, I've got an Intel processor, unfortunately.
It's idiot Doom Spyro. He's back, like a beast made of jaundice and fetid polypropylene. He returns locked in stiff combat with a most fearsome foe.
The fence. So yeah, I need an Intel. Does he do NVIDIA and Intel? Oh, really? Okay. I'll have to check. Yeah, like I say, I need to do a bit more reading about which version of Linux is going to suit me the best. Because, like I say, like just a version of Linux that just runs and allows you to open up an internet browser, which is all most people need. It's fine, but me, I've got a bunch of stuff that I run for the stream. I'm pretty sure. I mean, OBS is open source, so there's definitely a distribution. There's definitely a version for OBS that works, and I think Steam will obviously work on Linux if they build Steam OS off the back of it. But yeah, I definitely want to have my toes in the water a little bit with Linux on my laptop first. Just get used to using it, see what the limitations are, because yeah, I feel like there's definitely some people out there that collectively would have built a version of Linux which does basically everything I need, because there's a whole bunch of shit on Windows that I never touch, you know. But I'm also looking at a debloat for Windows 11, because if I can debloat Windows 11 and just make it only have what I need, because that's what I prefer. I prefer when an operating system, it's different these days, but I miss when an operating system used to be fairly bare bones, but you could from the proprietor, the developer of this operating system, you could get, you know, modular components you downloaded and installed to do what you need. But now it comes bundled with so much shit. I've never really bothered debloating XP or whatever. But yeah, Windows 11, I feel like I'm going to have to start reading how to debloat and just get rid of a bunch of shit that I don't need, because apparently people quote like 20% of your system performance is just lost because Windows 11 is tracking everything you do, and it's using up loads and loads of system fucking resource to do this shit in the background, just to scrape to learn to train AIs and stuff. And I'm like,
I know.
If that's the case, then yeah, I need that 20% for gameplay performance, please. But yeah.
But don't worry, genius.
Many times dial in the drivers for the camera stuff. Yes.
That's why you pay for the best.
I need to make sure that the Camlink device converts to a USB video signal, which is probably bundled with Windows because webcams need to work with Windows. So yeah, I'd have to double check whether the Camlink uses a protocol for video delivery. It's there's YP something, and then there's another one. There's two main ones that people use. Again, I can't access the information, but there's where's the option for it? Yeah, I can't remember. There's a webcams tend to use one of two like video protocols.
He seems even more drunk than before.
And obviously the USB video drivers handle that and send that to the computer, which can decode it and everything.
There should be a new word for drug moves like that. Like alcoholite or gymnast. He can't even walk straight. How did he write your name in cathode rays?
Of course I am. When you're ready, and I don't think you ever will be, just head on over to the Horseback Monument. You'll see. World's gonna know about you, me, and the shiny numbers in our bank account.
The lieutenant closes his notebook and nods at you, ready to go.
But if there's anything else your old friend can do for you, let me know.
Right, so now we have a task to go and put a sign. Check out the horseback. Yeah. So let's go do that. Let's go do that. Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate that. But yes, like I say, I have a horrible feeling that there'll be a few things, like for instance, my microphone, it might work with Linux, but it won't allow me to use the full quality of the microphone. There'll only be a very basic way of that microphone being detected as a microphone. And it's a very simple sort of, you know, data transfer of what the microphone sends. And so yeah, there's a bunch of different a bunch of considerations to make when it's a big, you know, like I say, I'm gonna muck around with Linux on my laptop because I haven't been super happy with iOS for a little while. It hasn't really been. I've had to do loads of updates, and it's only slowly getting worse. It is a 2019 laptop, but it's also not that old for a Mac. They usually last 10 years. It's only sort of 7 years old, but yeah. If I can get a Linux distro running on that and get used to it, because I know a few people that stream that use Linux, but the problem is I do like to play quirky, weird indie games, and there's no guarantee that there's going to be a Linux version that works. So if I have to boot up into Windows 11 most of the time anyway, it is a fool's errand. It's a fool's exercise, you know? because yeah, if I have to jump back to Windows fairly often, like half the time or 2/3 of the time, because I want to play a weird quirky indie game, then I'm screwed. I'm going to have to stick with Windows, which is why I want to look into debloating Windows 11. And I might also just do a fresh install. I think over time I've installed and uninstalled plugins and stuff, and as a result, maybe I've broken some stuff, I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm not the only person I've heard complaining about Windows 11. Lots of people have said that, you know, Windows 11 dropped, and yeah, it was the new Windows. It was obviously going to be a bit rough while they sort of got it, got it up and running, but it just hasn't got better. It's got worse. So.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island. It is surrounded by scaffolding that has been haphazardly erected around it. A matrix of metal tubes and wooden planks jut out at odd angles. A miserable tarpaulin covers up the horse and rider, flapping in the cold coastal air. There are no lights that spell out your name. No workers with calloused hands leering from above. Just construction materials displayed as if to mourn your misplaced dreams. There's not an ounce of artistry here. It's even worse than expected. That son of a bitch scammed you, probably to make fun of you. This is not what that personal brand strategist of yours promised. No one even knows that you're paying for this reconceptualization. Go and have a word with him. Find out the old king looks defiantly to the west, wrapped in makeshift scaffolding like a mummy.
Right, excuse me, sir. Check the Proton website, the list daily grows. Sure, I think it'll be quicker to an expert than me. I only scratch on the outside. You are more the diver. Send you all on this check when you have a quiet moment. Yeah, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. Yeah, and the thing is, it wouldn't be the first time. Like, I remember Windows 98 had a few limitations that I had to borrow some modules of stuff from people. And yeah, then, you know, convinced my version of Windows that it was a different version of Windows 98 that would allow developer software to be, you know, run. And then from there, I could make it do a few things that would allow me to play certain video games online, as well as, you know, use certain software that Windows 98 could run, but it just refused to because Microsoft are a bit, you know, funny about certain software. Nothing illegal, obviously. Just software that, you know, was technically not licensed anymore, and the company that paid the developers to make it had just, you know, they basically just buried it, and you couldn't use it anymore. You couldn't find a version that worked anymore. But yeah, fuck Microsoft. But yeah, certain photo editing apps, certain 3D apps for making models for games and stuff, you know. Because back in the day, people used to just make models for games and skins for games and just give them away for free. But then people realized you could charge for that. As soon as the fucking... There was a horse in a game, and it was a cosmetic you could buy, and people bought it because it looked really cool. But then suddenly all the freeware models and skins started to disappear. The website started getting taken down, and lawsuits were being drawn up against people. And I was like, oh, this is all getting a bit fucking spicy. So I decided to not upload any models for Counter-Strike or for Half-Life games. But yeah, I remember there was GIMP for doing Photoshop work, for making textures and stuff. And then we had, what was the 3D program called? We had a little 3D modeling program that started off as freeware but became really, really good. And I think now they have the freeware one that most people use is Blender freeware? But yeah, I know that Blender basically replaced the one I was using. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Guys had a GIMP doing your stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, no, there's a photo editing software. I think it's called GIMP. I think it's called GIMP. Because I don't know if it's still around, but yeah. But yeah, if you didn't have Photoshop, you used GIMP, and you could make textures for games, and you could replace the texture with the exact same file size, but a different one. GIMP and Blender are both free. Yeah, they're the free alternatives. Yeah, that's the one. I thought you'd know about GIMP from photo stuff. Obviously, before you got into sort of Lightroom and everything, you may have been using GIMP. But yeah, there's actually a free alternative to most of the Creative Cloud, and that's another thing I want to look into as well, is checking out these free alternatives rather than using Photoshop and stuff. Anyway, I owe Tiger a hydrate from 20 minutes ago. I apologize. I'm going to go grab a drink and do that now. But yeah, it's important because the thing is, people are like, oh, Adobe are charging so much money for everything. I'm like, yeah, but they're also limiting a lot of young artists, because I have no qualms admitting that back when I was a teenager, my friend gave me a copy of Photoshop on a CD and I just used that version. I didn't even know that that was illegal. I just thought they were lending me the software. But using Photoshop when I was a kid meant that by the time I got to university, I was really good with Photoshop compared to most other people. So I blitzed through a bunch of stuff at university using Photoshop and doing shader masks and sort of various different layer effects and compounding layers and, you know, doing all sorts of stuff. And the tutors were like, well, you've been using Photoshop for years. I was like, yeah, since I was like a kid, since school. You know, I was using Photoshop like 2.3 or whatever it was. And yeah, I already had a really good grasp on Illustrator, although back in the day it wasn't Illustrator. I was using what was called Macromedia Fireworks, but Macromedia got bought by Adobe, and then Fireworks went away, so I had to learn how to use Illustrator instead. But yeah, actually used a Google program they no longer support. Can't remember what it was called, but it was free and basic. Oh, really? Okay. Totally legal. And then I also had a totally legal Photoshop. Yeah, exactly. Took selfies with Game Boy camera, printed them out on paper. The Game Boy camera was really cool. People have found ways to use the Game Boy camera and to put rather than the cartridge had like a memory where the photo would go into the cartridge, and then when you put the cartridge, you could print from there. But somebody found a way to get an SD card into that basically, and they made an interpreter. So basically this SD card, you could take loads of pictures with the Game Boy, because the batteries lasted for fucking ages, because it was just a black and white screen, right? Felds, welcome in as again. Fireworks was fun to use. I use it in the computer labs. Yeah, Fireworks, yeah. I remember using a Macromedia Fireworks, a Macromedia Flash player. I used to make the vectors and stuff in Fireworks, and then I would make them again in Flash to animate them and stuff, to make little Flash animations and cartoons, which was such a fucking thing. There was such a fucking vibe with that for such a long time. But by the time I left university, so much stuff that I'd learned to do was just completely pointless, and I was like, that sucks. But here I am. I found a job anyway, so yeah, worked out in the end. Did research on it. Yeah, but yeah, somebody took a fucking Game Boy to like a Game Boy camera with the SD mod to a racetrack and took pictures of like racing cars and stuff, like as they were going around corners and everything. It was really fucking interesting, like a really cool mod project. But yes, give me 2 seconds, chat. I want to quickly nip to the fridge. It's just over there. I owe somebody a hydrate, and my voice is going to get a bit croaky otherwise. Used Fireworks in a computer lab too. Got charged, and then I got charged with arson. I'll be right back. 1 sec, chat. Excuse me, what? But yes, I had a bunch of software that then became, you know, obsolete, and I learned a bunch of stuff about animating Flash websites and stuff that then became obsolete, and I was like, well, at least I know how to build a website in Dreamweaver, it's now, you know, Adobe Dreamweaver, but it used to be Macromedia Dreamweaver. But then, yeah, social media and fucking template website services popped up, and you could just make a social media page or just use a template to make a website, and nobody really wanted a web designer from scratch anymore, and I was like, well, I guess fuck me, right? The field that I trained in for 2 years to get a qualification
No one does it better than
just evaporated within like months of me finishing university. But yeah, just how it goes.
Fast too. No wonder I used to be an industry leader.
Thing is that I can put on job applications and stuff that I'm university educated. I'm educated at a university level. So they know that I can do things.
A bright future awaits you. The one and only Tequila Sunset. You're already building great brand equity. No doubt the profits will come rolling in shortly. Of course not. Your trademark will be all over it as soon as the workers can get to it. The strike's holding them up. Not much I can do about that. I guarantee the papers will pick it up once it's all finished. With photos and everything. You'll be the talk of the town. Investing into the community, creating value, giving back.
The strike might take forever. Maybe you should just cut your losses while you can.
Don't spend a single brain cell worrying about it. Just leave it all to me. The final outcome will be spectacular. Just takes a little time. Anything else?
Right, so we can go speak to them. Yeah, we can go over there now, can't we? Cool. Let's do that. But yeah, I drastically underestimated how complicated some of these trophies are. Because I've done 3 playthroughs and we've still only got 21 out of 45. It's fucking crazy how few and far between the trophies are. Because yeah, they're so fucking weird. Yeah, expert advanced remote viewer. Yeah, so see beyond the veil 6 times. Yeah, so we're going to try and do that on this playthrough. That as well, I'm not sure on.
Go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this gem.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
To what do I owe the pleasure? Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The 881 is a raised motorway that separates Martinez from Jamrock. The labyrinth of streets underneath it makes it difficult to pass. Not like walking over a nice water lock.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary! We can go soon! If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round.
Thank you for the bonk, I
See
appreciate
if
that,
the
dude.
phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Cryptozoologist, a crypto-fascist. Kind of science of crypto-fascism. Not sure about crypto-fascism. Just crypto in general. It's funny how AI became the new sort of, you know, the new tech future, and everyone stopped talking about crypto, right? It's funny how crypto was going to change the world, and then as soon as that flopped, they were like, right, well, let's fucking sell them something else. But yes, what I'm hoping is the AI bubble bursts, but it doesn't take the entire economy down with it. But then there's a fucking massive surplus of CPUs, GPUs, RAM, storage. So basically, hopefully a bunch of stock that's currently not been sold will suddenly just absolutely fucking plummet in price because there'll be so much of it to get rid of, and all of us will be able to upgrade our PCs. Because yeah, at the moment it's the opposite, right? Memory and GPUs are fucking so expensive. I'm glad I built a PC when I thought spending $2,500–3,000 on a PC was a lot, but $2,500 wouldn't even get a fucking decent GPU these days. They're like fucking well into the thousands. It's pretty fucking scary. It may have stabilized a bit, but yeah, it's fucked. There's no memory modules, right? So basically anything that requires a memory module just isn't getting manufactured at the moment. It's just all going into RAM sticks. But like I say, I think if the bubble does burst, there'll be a period of manufacture where the factories and everything don't know, and they just keep churning out fucking millions and millions and millions of memory modules, and then they'll realize there's nobody to buy them, and they'll be like, shit, we need to fucking get rid of this stuff. You know, start selling 32 gigabyte sticks of DDR6 for like 50 quid, and then we'll all be able to upgrade. Crypto-fascist is someone who's not openly fascist but uses fascist dog whistles to espouse his fascist beliefs. I've come across this a lot. The thing is, right, with social media these days, there's a lot of pipeline-focused content where it's like soft-core fascism or soft-core right-wing racism. And it starts off with a very sort of plausible and kind of morally neutral claim, but there's always a bit of a right-wing twist on it, and then that stuff does the rounds on social media, and then there's another post it's a little bit more distorted to the right, and then a little bit more, and it's pipeline content. It's pipelining people into these racist right-wing ideologies. And yeah, the thing is, if you go to the comment section on these posts, it's always the same fucking things, like, oh, back when we had a real country, oh, if this person was around today, we wouldn't have all these fucking problems. Oh, it's the fucking immigrants. It's just like, it's just all fucking racist people responding to this stuff because it's fucking designed to make people racist. It's fucking pipelining people. And the problem is, you report this content, and enough people report this content as right-wing propaganda, fucking pipeline bullshit, and eventually the profile gets deleted, but it doesn't matter because they just start up another profile and they keep sharing it on a, because the aim is not to gain followers on a profile, and then when you lose that, when they lose this profile, it's a bad thing. It doesn't matter because the aim was never to grow the platform or grow the profile's followers. It was to radicalize a bunch of people, which is achieved. So you can burn the profile and just spin another one up. And because 51% of traffic on the internet these days is bots, the platforms can't be too picky about who they're allowed to have a profile because they desperately need to maintain users, because if they lose all their users, they don't have a platform anymore. They lose their money-making platform, you know, their money-making framework. So they're desperate for new people to set up new profiles. So they make it super easy to set up a new profile because they don't want to lose people, and all the people they're losing, when they ban an account, if another one springs up, then, you know, they've got the same user base apparently, right? But the aim is not to actually generate a large following on one profile anymore. The propagandists or the right wing, they've pivoted to a new strategy where the only goal is just to fucking pipeline people into the right wing ideology. And if the profile gets banned and deleted because it's quite clearly fucking right wing and it's brainwashing people, they just spin another one up. And they're talking about how England works, but none of them are based in England. The profiles are all run from somewhere else. Because that's what they're paid for. They're being paid by the right wing in the UK. They're paying people from outside to set up social media profiles to try and radicalize young men into being right wing and being fucking misogynist, which is why you're seeing so much of this shit. No matter how much we report it and don't interact with it, it just keeps coming up because it's a new profile. There's nothing to down-regulate the content that it's sharing because it's a new profile. And they post fucking multiple times a day. They post like 6 different videos a day. And then they just delete the ones that didn't do well. Then they post those with another one the next day. And they just keep spamming content to basically brute force the algorithm to just make so much of the content that you see on social media be designed to slowly pull you into this pipeline where you become like completely fucking brainwashed by it. And it's fucked. But anyway, I think the tech they're already using will be burned out or just trashed. The main benefit with them no longer buying the future products. Oh yeah, no, the equipment they've already purchased will be massively, massively used. But there'll be, like I say, there'll be like a week or two, like maybe a month, when AI is falling over, and the manufacturers will still be making it because it's in their interest to have stock to sell. You don't want to run out of hay. You want to make it while the sun's shining. But then they'll realise that the next order didn't get purchased, and then the next order didn't get purchased, and then they'll pivot their manufacturing amounts to sort of, you know, to line up with demand, so they don't have a bunch of stock they need to store. But that means they'll have a bunch of excess stock for a brief period. So I'm hoping that there'll be like, you know, 5090s for like £600, you know, rather than $2,000, you know, and then there'll be like 32 gig sticks of DDR6 will be 55, 60 pounds rather than 500, you know. There'll be a brief period where there's loads of cheap stuff. And the second-hand market, for people that haven't got that much money, the second-hand market, yeah, it'll be used. It'll be fucking really burnt out because it'll be used for AI, but it'll still work reasonably well for like normal home use. But yeah, hoping someone who hates cryptids or wants to destroy cryptids just because it'd be funny to contrast. One man wants to study, the other wants to destroy. Saw one image of Churchill slapping Starmer saying, I said we will fight them on the beaches, not invite them in. And even though I'm actually, in actuality, Churchill would be against people who are posting this shit because they are fascist, even though Churchill was a racist and wanted to keep England white. No joke. Yeah, this is it. Is that, you know, they guise it as like celebrating a historical figure, but it's all right-wing comments. And it's all, you know, when you read the comments that, oh, there's a bunch of people being right-wing, this must be popular. You know, it's all designed to fucking brainwash people, and I'm just tired of seeing it. I don't want to see this fucking AI-generated slop about people being interviewed in the street. The interview never happened. It's completely fabricated. You can tell by the sound of the voice. It just doesn't sound normal. And it's not a real high street. It's all way too, like, weird and shiny and, like, polished. Anyway, we have got an air break coming. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. But yeah, there's a lot of AI slop designed to pipeline people at the moment, and I'm really tired of seeing it on my feed. I have to fucking, I know, I try, like I say, I try and report it when I see it, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to be on the internet anymore. I want to stream and hang out with you guys, but I don't know if I want to be on the fucking internet anymore. But anyway, I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll carry on. I'm Breadcrumbs. I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK. Currently unable to use a Gatling gun properly, but welcome on in. Peach Blossom. Is that the original Dino? Did they change Dino Dance back? Did they change it back? They changed Dino Dance back. Can we get some Dino Dances in chat? They put it back.
I think you could maybe, you know, like, you know, maybe make some space for me, maybe, you know, maybe, ooh woo, maybe. Can I just sit on your lap, please? Ooh woo. A bunch of community-made mods that the developer actually sort of bundled up into a patch. Hello, cow. Oh no, sorry. Sit down. You can sit down. Oh, sorry. Did I disturb? Oh no. No, he's having a nibble. Okay. Or she's having a nibble. Sorry. It doesn't have any horns, so it must be a female cow. Or you'd think so, if the laws of nature apply in this game. Fuck was I saying before I got distracted by a cow? I think it's gone. Sorry, gang, I think it's gone. Fuck's sake. Yeah, no, it's gone. It might come back to me in a moment. Yes, and also Sophie's hit the requirements to apply for partner as well. Like Melania, PhD submission and partner application in 1 month. All in 1 month. Like, amazing work, Sophie. So proud of you. Like, well done. Oh no, you got it! Oh my god, first try, GG's. Oh my god, Sophie. Amazing. Look at all the purple ticks in chat right now. Oh my god. shit. Oh, box. Oh, box. You motherfuckers. You motherfuckers. How cursed does that look? Oh my god. Oh dear. Right. Throw your fucking axe. Throw your axe. Come on. Close ground and throw your axe. Come on. Come on. Look, I'm giving you openings to throw your axe. I'm even going to pick up my runes. Throw your axe. Oh, you're so cringe. Do you know what? I don't know why I just stuffed literally the most crisps in my mouth as I could. I sometimes forget I need to eat like a normal human being.
Wait to breathe out. Wait to breathe out.
Oh. I might just take a step back.
Would you look at that? I haven't hit one that close all day.
I might just stand behind this one.
Focus on the inhale.
Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah, dudes. Fuck yeah. You come say hello? Yeah? Come say hello to everyone. Put this on here for a sec. Come say hello. Yeah? Hello. Oh, say hello to everyone. Your sister as well. Hey? Oh, you want to get up there? Okay, come on. You go. You can sit down up there. Hey? Yeah, okay. Excuse me, the cat might be in the background for a little while. You gonna sit there? Hey? Waving your tail around. Right, so excuse me, but yeah, that was a little bit over the top. It's fucking massive. It's fucking massive as well, dudes. It's fucking massive, I love it.
Okay, what was it? What? Hey! Wait! Stop it!
Oh, now he's gonna go have a look. Oh, I got him right in the Achilles tendon. Ooh. Ouch. What is the aiming in this game? Otherwise, so... Oh, come on, Dark Souls. Are you kidding me? Tell me something, right? The shower cubicle, right? Where you have a shower in your flat. Right? Now, you literally drench this thing in soap and water every single day, right? Your shower, you literally drench it in soap and water every day. So why the fuck does it need cleaning? Why the fuck do I have to get a different kind of soap and scrub the fucking shower down? Welcome back, everybody. Surprise, surprise, me ranting about something again. Excuse me, moi. Hey, I was going to get so bad it's going to get people... Well, the trouble is, you know, you've already got people talking about how
like guidance systems that are used to control how something flies, utilizing like image analyzation AI to sort of hone in on certain things. Trouble is, you know, it's an AI making a decision about where a missile goes if they fit this equipment on a missile, you know. And I saw a video of some, you know, overweight gentleman running around a truck that was like set up as like a merchant stand. Don't know if it was his or not, but yeah, he's a chunky guy. So he's not military, you know, he's just a civilian. He's quite overweight. He wouldn't be in the military because he's quite overweight. No offense, but yeah, you know, you need to be in a certain physical shape, and he was not to be in the military, so he wasn't. But he was being chased by a drone, and he was running around like this, and then he tripped, and the drone went zzz, and just went behind the truck, and it fucking exploded. And I was like, you know, you haven't even got the fucking courage to carry a rifle and go and shoot at people anymore. That's what warfare has become. It's just guys with drones. And somebody was talking about the recruitment process of how there's a whole group of people that have the potential to be effective combatants because of their ability to pilot drones and play video games, that might only have one arm or one leg and therefore are limited from doing active service as a soldier in infantry, you know, capacity, but they could fly a drone with explosives on it. So drones and all that sort of stuff have made it possible to militarize people that would have been considered disabled and unable to fight before. So yeah, when I tell you guys that I am really, really devoid of a lot, this is the sort of stuff that I don't know why it keeps crossing my path. And I wish, I don't want to say this, you know, but I feel like, you know, if I could just not care, it'd be nice, but that's not who I am. I can't look at that and not feel compassionate and empathetic and upset. I can't. Like I said before, when I had a crash out the other day, I've had so many crash outs on stream, but I just want the human race to appreciate how intelligent we are and the sentience we have that's so much more complicated than any other living thing on the planet. And I just want us to all collectively just take a moment to realize that we should be evolving beyond this need for violence. We should be evolving to a point where we understand coexistence is the only thing that's going to fucking work. It's the only thing that's going to work. There is no, if we just kill these people and take over that land, everything will be fine, because it never stops. The Nazi fucking party proved that. Germany proved that. Well, not Germany, but the Nazis. They proved that, you know? If you let these people fight and take over other lands, they're just going to do it again. We just need to stop it. There just needs to be no more wars. We have so much technology that makes it easier than ever before for us to communicate with each other. And yet we can't employ the diplomacy or the democracy required to just all balance things out. It's just human greed just doesn't seem to ever want to go away. And I'm just, yeah, it's fucking crazy to me that we haven't got there yet. In my 40 years of life, you know, I thought, okay, so there was a fight. There was, you know, some fighting going on in the Middle East when I was a kid. And then obviously we stopped hearing about it. Obviously it hadn't stopped. We stopped hearing about it. I thought, okay, well, maybe we'll sort of, you know, slowly but surely stop having these massive wars, but it's still going on to this day. Some places have just never known peace. Really Tiger was giving back someone should have joined. People get mad over video games that beat them and kill us. Yeah. To be fair, Ukraine was using drones to attack Russian invaders. The USA has been using drone strikes for years. Warfare has always been trying to shift away from humans holding rifles. Years back, they were experimenting making a drone controllable by brainwaves and had a disabled person use it to test. Yeah. Yeah, I still don't understand how Trump is clinging to power. It's crazy, but you know. Anyway, let's play a video game, even though the video game is quite politically charged as well. But yeah, apologies, chat. I know I haven't really been very high energy for a little while. I'm trying. I'm desperately trying. But yeah, this medication doesn't seem to be fixing the issue. I've still got a bunch of symptoms that are making my life hell. Anyway. Granted, I don't think that brainwave was one of the military purposes, but rather to what can we do? Yeah, exactly. The thing is, if you can control like a wheelchair with brainwaves, that makes it a lot easier for them to sort of, you know, get about. Because yeah, if you've got people that can use a joystick to move their wheelchair, that's great. But some people have like disfigurements where they can't, so they then have to use like their mouth or something to control it, which is obviously that means they can't speak, which is not the best.
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
Because yeah, there is there is like a heartwarming sort of dream that some roboticists or animatronicists that they can excuse me that they can create an animatronic body that can be controlled with brainwaves, which means somebody who's been like, you know, paralyzed could be transplanted into a robot body and then take control of it, you know, and be able to sort of, you know, move again. That would be an incredible medical marvel, right? But we know that's not what's going to happen. This is the thing, like I said before, human beings, we invent these amazing technologies and then we find the worst way to implement them.
A ghost insect, he said?
Yeah, because there's a lot more money.
Looking for a ghost.
There's a lot more money in doing awful things with good technology than there is doing good things with good technology, unfortunately.
No, that is precisely what we're not.
Transhumanism. I've heard this before.
Looking for an extant species of phasmid.
But yeah, if you could get like legs or arms or hands that work off brainwaves, it sort of re-enables that person to be a bit more self-sufficient. Intellectual and cultural movement that advocates using science and technology to enhance the human condition. It seeks to overcome physical, mental and biological limitations such as aging, disease and mortality, moving humanity toward an augmented post-human state. Yes, yeah. Obviously, I mean, you know, taking somebody that just wants to live forever, you know, that's obviously, I don't know, that's a bit selfish. But yeah, somebody that's been in a wheelchair since they were a child because of an accident, you know, they've been paralyzed their entire life. If we could allow them to move, you know, that would be, you know, preferable, obviously. But, you know, it's obviously a lot of money just to give somebody the ability to move. But I think that, you know, humanity kind of, if it wants to keep moving forward, you know, we need to overcome paralysis, right? But
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
but yeah, like I say, there isn't a, you know, the moral benefits and the sort of, you know, the sort of humane thing of helping somebody learn how to walk again and something, you know, there isn't any money in it, so it's difficult to get funding, and it's like, it's such a depressing fucking state of affairs. However, I have seen people that have amputations up above the knee. They have a prosthetic with a sprung hinge in the knee, and they get used to walking on it. They practice, obviously, you know, a lot. But when they're wearing trousers and walking, you can barely even tell. Like, they've got like a slight limp, but you wouldn't be able to tell that that person didn't have a leg. It's crazy. They can literally just walk on that leg. And I was like, man, imagine getting the ability to walk again like that. It must be so fucking powerful. But apparently, obviously, their hips get quite sore because their hip is doing loads of work. Their hip is doing all the work. There's no calf muscle or anything in there.
typical rookie assumption.
The live forever thing is to do with singularity, if I remember correctly. Uploading the consciousness of singularity into, yeah, exactly. Digitizing the soul and stuff, yeah. I've done a bit of reading about that, but yeah. It's something that you hear a lot of people talking about that are the same sort of people that don't understand that AI will never make anything that isn't slop. Like, they all have this belief that eventually it will get good enough to fool human beings. And we've already seen that AI almost always plateaus at the slop level, be it dialogue, be it, you know, just writing stuff on a page, be it video, be it image, it gets to a certain point and it just can't break through that barrier. And there's a plateau with almost all of it. Because yeah, there's a threshold to plagiarism that can't be crossed, right? There's a reason why we herald the most creative people on the planet for doing such amazing creative things, is because they demonstrated such an ability to move beyond copying anybody else and just creating something completely new that was completely spellbinding. That's obviously a talent that only a human being can possess, and we're just not there yet. Maybe sometime in millions and millions and millions of years in the future, maybe there'll be something that can operate at that level, like a neural network that has a degree of complexity on par with the human brain, but we don't even fully understand the human brain. So yeah, I'm not sure we're going to get there.
Would be the apex of any cryptozoology.
Yeah, it cannot create new things, at least not yet, because it's not self-aware or conscious to create original content. Yeah, exactly. And it seems that even with some of the most like detailed and like, you know, accurate prompting, it always lands on like this kind of like clearly slop level of like image, and it's like it can't really breach beyond that. It can only copy like a bunch of stuff that's been fed already, and because of that, it hits this limit where it doesn't know what to do beyond a certain point. So yeah,
on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition. Yes. The most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore. I have to resist the thought such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about the insect.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps.
An interesting point he just said.
Satiate your skepticism.
I mean, I think the game makes a lot of interesting points. Which one do you mean, though? Sorry.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologists...
How many people show images of different animal teeth, including apes, frugivores, and then human teeth to see we're frugivores, not omnivores? Yeah, yeah, it's because in actually quite a few apes are opportunistic omnivores. Yeah, I mean, I've also read about apes like biting and like potentially eating the flesh of other animals. But also it's interesting because the thing is, I'm not vegetarian, but I respect vegetarianism and veganism. I think people can make the choice and everything as long as they're not like a dick about it. It's fine. Whenever I meet like a real fucking chud meat eater who's like, oh yeah, but you know, human beings, you know, you need to eat meat if you want to grow muscle and blah blah. I'm like, dude, have you seen a fucking gorilla? Gorillas eat nothing but vegetables and they are fucking shredded, like scary strong creatures. It's pretty clear you can get plenty of protein from vegetables if you need. So yeah. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, well, this is the thing, Tiger. Like, people can make the choice. It's fine as long as they're not fucking rude about it. But yeah, that's the whenever I meet a guy, I was like, well, yeah, I need to build muscle. I'm a man. I need to build muscle. He's like, yeah, but you can get pulses and you can get protein from all kinds of beans and pulses and other stuff like that. There's all sorts of protein sources around this world. You don't have to eat meat to get protein. Chicken and red meat is obviously a good source of protein. But yeah, it's not very humane in its production. And I think that if you were really genuinely interested in getting the most protein, you would be consuming vegetables that had protein in them. But it's not, it's just rice, you know, so yeah. Primarily they even eat insects. Yeah, they'll eat insects, which are technically animals. They do, especially smaller monkeys. Even butterflies will consume animals they've been seen landing on rotting corpses and using their probiotics. Yeah, this is it. And I think people that have the choice... protein from this is the thing is I've met people that go to the gym and they're vegan, you know, and they only eat they only eat things that are natural, you know, no animal products whatsoever, but they're still able to build muscle because they make sure to consume the right amount of fresh produce, vegetables and stuff that have protein in them. And they're like, yeah, I have to eat bowls and bowls and bowls of beans and pulses and all sorts of stuff with rice, but I get a decent chunk of protein out of it and I work out and they're in good shape. I'm like, well, yeah, there you go. And this is the thing, like, as long as somebody's happy and comfortable and healthy, they can have the diet they want. Now, that's not to say that I've seen people that are vegan that suffer from it. Physically, they have, like, a deficiency in something because they refuse to eat meat, and their body struggles without something that you get from meat, and they can't get enough of it from eating vegetables and stuff, and therefore that's their moral choice to sort of say, I don't believe in eating animal products or whatever, so they medicate around it, and that's up to them as well. But yeah, I will say that I think that people that eat meat tend to be less healthy, you know, even though people that don't eat meat in lesser, because the thing is, it's also kind of about the socioeconomic conditions that the person is making the choice in, because like many parts of the world that are slowly moving up from being a third world country to being second world and being a bit more developed, as soon as the population has access to meat like chicken and beef, red meat and chicken, their health changes. They become a lot healthier. But if you allow, like the first world, if you allow people to have access to everything all the time, like you can do in England, people tend to become more unhealthy over time. It's kind of an interesting sort of thing how people that don't have access to meat tend to not have as good of health, but then as soon as you give them meat, they become really healthy. But then over time, if they have access to everything for long enough, they become unhealthy. So it's a difficult one to draw the line under. Veggie burgers and veggie chicken from Morningstar. Morningstar is very healthy. Yeah. But like this, both are respectable. Those of us that eat meat need to respect the sense. Yeah, of course. You know, and the thing is, like, it's getting to a point now where I feel as if the way chickens are being raised in like mass-produced, like supermarket chicken, I'm trying to find a more ethical source of chicken, because I don't think getting chicken from the supermarket is okay anymore. Based on the findings of the carcasses that people are working with, they say that the legs are now like a different shape, and apparently the chickens have been genetically engineered to grow so big so quickly that their legs are unable to support their weight. They can't develop muscles in their legs strong enough to hold themselves up anymore, so they become immobile and they also get like a certain kind of chemical burn from resting their body inside chicken feces all over the floor, obviously. So yeah, we've crossed a point now where rather than just a bunch of chickens being squeezed into a shed, and it's not particularly nice, it's got even worse. And I'm like, now for me, it's starting to cross a line where I'm like, okay, so if the chicken is immobile from a certain age, not to mention the fact that they grow up to mature in such a short period of time anyway, and it's always been immoral. It's always been you know nasty to the animal. I know that. But yeah, it is starting to get to a point now where it's hard to ignore the fact that chickens are just, and cows, like apparently the people that work in the abattoirs and the processing factories are saying that they're told to just cut around the tumors. And I was like, excuse me? It's like the beef, sometimes it has tumors like in the meats, and we were told to just cut around it and just throw the tumor away. And I was like, so the meat that has tumors in it still gets sold? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's not okay. You know, that's pretty fucking scary. That the people that work in the processing plants that are taking a huge carcass of a cow and breaking it down into the various different things, they've been told to just cut around tumors they find instead of saying that this one is no good because it's got tumors in it. Yeah, that's pretty worrying. Swole birds are skipping leg day. Well, the thing is they grow to maturity so quickly that yeah, they can't hold themselves up. It's pretty fucking scary. And you know, at that point, I'm like, well, you know, I don't think keeping animals in captivity just to breed them, just to kill them, is the best thing in the world. But I'm not going to stop that. It's an industry that's, you know, been going longer than I've been alive, and it'll keep going long after I'm gone. And I don't want to support it too much. I don't like buying supermarket chicken. I like to go to a butcher's if I can. But yeah, even like a decent supermarket won't be using, you know, chicken that's been kept in any kind of comfort whatsoever. It will be, you know, just the fucking minimal, you know, to keep it alive, and that's it. But hearing that they become immobile because they can't support their own weight because they grow so big so quickly now, I'm like, fuck, man, like I'm sorry, that's not an animal anymore. You've created something that shouldn't even be alive. You should just start growing the meat in a fucking petri dish, because that's not an animal anymore. You know, the muscle that I consume is because the animal was moving around. It's muscle, you know? But, yeah. Yeah, they're both respectable. Put a brain of broccoli in front of me and it's gone in 2 minutes. Yeah, a whole head of broccoli. Farm shops might be, but yeah, I need to ask around for ones that tumors add flavour. Yeah. Wanted to toss out a dumb joke, but yeah, it's terrifying. Yeah. Yeah, I might have to, I keep meaning to phone around, because I think there are some local farms that obviously they don't want to go through the supermarkets if they can help it. And if they can do delivery, I'll quite happily get chicken from a real farm and beef from a real farm and vegetables from a real farm. And I don't mind paying a bit extra for delivery and a bit extra for the produce if I'm supporting a local farmer. Because yeah, I don't think I can justify supermarket chicken anymore.
By woman, you mean my wife, I assume? I will return to her. I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
I'm doing this for science, and so is she. Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
Yeah, I need to phone around the local farms. Because I'm lucky enough to live not too far away from a handful of them, so you know. And if I have to once a month go and pick up something, and then I've got a chest freezer in the garage I need to plug in. If I need to go once a month and just go and pick up, like, you know, a shit ton of chicken and a shit ton of beef, then so be it.
Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now. No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve? while we were sipping tea at the hostel.
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Yes, indeed. Both require a great deal of research.
What are you looking to share?
Detail,
It's
and,
art.
above all, persistence.
If it's a screenshot from a game, it's probably best. Because, yeah, I don't know if we have... Crumbs, you utter antihistamine. Antihistamine is going on the list. Still welcome in, dude. How's it going? Oh, excuse me, what? It's going on the list. Excuse me for a moment, chat. Oh my goodness, this monitor's fucking 165 hertz refresh rate. It takes me by surprise every time. British insult generator. Second part. How you spell antihistamine? Antihistamine. Yeah. Going on the list. You total weapon. It's a nice classic one, that. Sounds like a compliment, though, because antihistamines help alleviate symptoms, yeah. It wasn't meant that way. But welcome in, Dill. It's good to see you. How's it going? But yes, don't forget to, if you want your daily insult, you can do it. Everybody gets one.
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near.
You cheesy belt buckle.
Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio.
Even spanner, yeah, spanner.
After the church.
You complete spanner. You absolute fucking wingnut.
The third is set near the canal, where you cross by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them... You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still...
Posted it up because shit's handmade and painted, bought her off eBay. Okay, fair enough, yeah. I mean, if you're ever unsure, go for general, and then we can go from there. We can sort of figure it out from there. Your office is very good at telling people where pictures should go anyway, so... But I can obviously step in if needs be. Yeah, if it's custom handmade stuff, it's probably going to go in art. That probably makes sense.
Is it?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
Even Bellend, Cockwomble, Tie. Yeah, Bellend. I mean, I could put Bellend in there, couldn't I?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop.
Fucking
Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Right, which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital on the hunt?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence.
What's this moving around up here?
Something truly surprising might happen.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid. Although I have come close.
But yes, lots of good insights. But how are you doing, Dill? Happy weekend. I hope you're all good.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look
You
for the
off too long on the phone.
Keep a very open mind.
Yeah, I don't know, but like I remember using like a smartphone for the first time. I was on the phone for ages, and I was like, "Oh, my ear is really warm afterwards." And I was like, "It's probably not radiation." But back then, there was all sorts of fucking rumors about smartphones and radiation stuff. You shouldn't keep them in your pockets; they're going to irradiate your testicles. And I was like, "Oh, fucking, here we go."
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives.
Phones are so dangerous they can set gasoline on fire and blow up. Yeah, you're not allowed to use your smartphone in a petrol station because it might set off the fucking, yeah. But realistically, it's because if people drop their phones and the battery gets ruptured, that will cause a burst of flames because the batteries are fucking really... So I do get it. I do get it. But yeah, no.
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
Excuse me?
2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection. Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from
Brendel
Hugo
marriage,
Graf.
tell me every little detail. Oh, I see they got married and they want to tell you everything. Yeah, fair enough. Fair.
It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching. Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Duchantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Yes? Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
Thanks.
All right.
We would have to discuss. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
By all means.
Yeah, right. Check the traps. I can get some rest. There are 4 traps in total. After checking them all, return to morale with the news. Yes, okay, cool. 4 skill points, which is good.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small layer of white salt from the sea.
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad. Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
His hands lead the way when it comes to that. And his shoulders. It's reflex.
Yeah, because I have heard that. People that are like, I don't like aim with the sights on the handgun. I just point and pull the trigger, and they're good at pointing at things. And yeah, they've been using it one in a firing range for that long that they can kind of feel where their hand is pointing, like the gun. Oh, there's some spare coins there. I'll have that. Because yeah, I've often wondered when you get those competition shooting things where they have like a beeping thing, and they've got to draw their weapon and hit several targets and then reload as they move to the next station and then hit several targets. I'm like, are they lining up the posts like every single shot? Or are they just doing it by feel? And apparently a lot of them do it by feel because they're so used to pointing the gun at things. Moonshine probably smells tasty, like tasty fermentation. Okay, we got this as well.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. It doesn't help. You can still smell it. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. The signs of decaying meat. It announces itself from 24 meters away. A warning. A memento mori. The lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Yes, congratulations to your friend, dude.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter.
How's everyone sat?
It's
Yeah,
all
pretty good,
fine.
pretty good. I'm really stressed and depressed at the same time, so I'm trying my best. But yeah, I just seem to be the most annoying person in the world to talk to at the moment, and I don't want to be. And even though I try, just can't seem to fucking explain myself and or not get on people's tits. And I'm trying really hard not to do it, but yeah, it's fucking difficult sometimes.
A tragedy.
But yeah.
Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra. Red Astra is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content. You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's no older than a day or two. No mold yet. A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days.
We're in the same boat. I also suffering from depression and ADHD.
We need to
Tago knows where you're coming from. Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's ADHD. I think there might be some ADHD in there, some autism in there. But yeah, it's just I've been unwell for such a long time that it's made because I can't sleep. I'm just really fucking out of it all the time, and I can't lock in and get stuff done. And I can function, but like I don't get out of bed in the morning just to function. I get out of bed in the morning to fucking live, you know? I'm lucky enough to have a chance at life, and I don't want to fucking waste it. I don't want to pressure myself too much. I know that you can't go all the time. I used to do that when I was a kid, and it doesn't work. But yeah, I'm just really, really worn out. And, you know, I've got another meeting with the doctor and an appointment with the doctor on the 12th. where I'm going to say to him, like, you know, this, I'm not sure if this is helping as much as I was hoping. They also prescribed some nasal spray that I was on as well. I don't know if I need to go on that also. But yeah, I still haven't quite got over these symptoms. And I think something is causing me to make way too much phlegm. And I thought it was my stomach acid. It might still be, because I think I've got a lot of inflation in my torso. I'm very, very bloated at the moment. I think that's squeezing my stomach and making the stomach acid go into my esophagus.
Calm now. Carefully. Just
nasal spray is a lifesaver for me. Yeah, I think it might have been helping more than I thought. But yeah, I might say to him, like, can we get like an X-ray or an MRI or whatever to see what's going on in my torso? Because I just feel like I'm in my stomach and my lower my abdomen and my whole torso feels like it's inflated like a football, and it's just, I feel like it's making my back bend at a weird angle, which I really don't want to fucking upset my back. It's the last thing I need.
He's wearing mud-coated boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining.
Telling you you're showing signs of ADHD. Yeah, I don't want to get into diagnosing myself with stuff. I don't want to go down that road, you know. Like, maybe I do have a bit of ADHD, but I don't need to go any further than that.
The leather jacket suits him well. It must be custom made. You find some sunflower seeds and arrange
use the old riffs phase. I'm basically a juicer, lots of meds and a CPAP.
Heavy under your hand.
Yeah, I want to try and avoid. I want to try and avoid a CPAP, you know, because I feel like I can get back to being. I feel like my entire body's out of balance. I feel like one thing isn't working, and it's having a knock-on effect on one thing that's having a knock-on. It's just having this series of knock-on effects that's left me in this very, very unhealthy, like unfocused, delirious, tired, depressed state. And I'm trying to break out of it, but until I break the things that are causing it, I can't. But yeah.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk.
The breathing machine, yeah.
Against the metal bench.
You put like a thing on, and it sort of like pumps like pure oxygen, so you get enough oxygen while you're sleeping, so that you don't wake up.
A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes.
And a brain-damaging amount of low blood oxygen, which just ruined my sleep. Yeah. Go to therapy. I choose to fight the MS, but it's a daily fight. Yeah, keep going, Dennis. Keep going, because I know that you've had your struggles and you've had your battles. But keep fighting, dude.
170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build, age approximately 50 to 60 years. There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch.
Yeah, so he's been there for about a day.
This is what killed him.
We'll have to be strong for us to. Yes, and I appreciate you guys being there for me. Sorry that I've crashed out multiple times on stream recently, and I don't want to do it, but yeah, if I could just go to bed at a reasonable time and actually sleep, and then wake up in the morning feeling like I'm ready to get up and do stuff, rather than waking up every day and just being fucking exhausted from the moment I stand up and I'm like, oh, I don't feel right. And then I try and work, and I'm working, and I have to work really slowly, and I have to double check everything like 3 times to make sure I did it right. And I'm like, this is not right. I've been doing this shit for years. I should know how to do it like the back of my hand, but I just can't fucking lock in at the moment. And like I said, it's just lack of sleep. I just need to find out what's keeping me awake at night. And I think the acid reflux in my stomach is causing my nose and sinuses to produce a bunch of phlegm that's causing congestion, which is making me snore and giving me sleep apnea, which is waking me up and disturbing my sleep. So I'm not getting good quality sleep. And as a result, I just can't heal myself properly. And I'm not myself. I remember, like, I had a couple of years of working from home, sleeping like 8-9 hours a night. I was in like incredible health. I was in such a good place physically, but then yeah, I got unwell and just never got better. And I just it's been like 4 years now of waking up every day feeling really, really horrible, and just like I haven't slept. And yeah, after giving up alcohol and giving up drugs, to wake up years, like 7 years ago, I gave up alcohol, and well, nearly 8, probably about 14 years ago, I gave up drugs. To wake up and be like, oh God, I feel fucking terrible. It's like, are you fucking serious? Like, I'm not even doing anything anymore. Like, it's just, yeah.
Seems like the head wound was fatal.
I ran inside always. Wished I would have made more than 5. That and stress. Yeah, and obviously, you know, not being able to think straight and making mistakes. I'm just very stressed at the moment. I apologise. I didn't mean to blow up earlier, but, you know, if I can't explain it, I can't explain it. We just have to move on. Like, if I can't explain it, I can't explain it, you know.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. He could have easily disappeared into the sea through that hole, and you would have never found him.
It's true.
A .75 litre Tallulah vodka with its cap missing.
Nilo, welcome indeed. Good to see you.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
This is an omen. A sign from above that you need to stop drinking.
Well, at least you're not married.
Or, what if you are?
But let's try to not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an unidentified middle-aged
How you doing,
man
Neil? It's good to see you, dude.
on
I hope you're all good. You missed another crash out, like I say. But yeah, it's just, I'm just in this situation where I know that in life, you usually only have 2 out of the 3, right? You've got physical health, mental health. Well, yeah, you've got your hobbies, you've got your job, and you've got your health, right? Mental health and physical health are the same thing. But if your job is going really well and you're absolutely smashing it at your hobbies, you're probably not going to be looking after your health too much, let's be honest. And if you're doing really well at work and you're looking after your health, you probably haven't got enough time to really do your hobbies properly, right? And if you're doing your hobbies really, really well and you're looking after your health, like focusing on that, you're probably not really focusing on your job that much. So I know that you can't have all 3. But right now, my job is super, super complicated. All of my hobbies are really, really not going too well. And my physical and mental health has been in the fucking toilet for like 3 or 4 years. And I'm just like, at some point, something has to improve. One of these things needs to get better. I just need 1 out of the 3. 2 out of the 3 is good going, but 1 out of the 3 would just give me a reason to go on right now. But yeah, it's just every fucking few months somebody fucks something up and it makes it more complicated at work. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. And then something else about my health, like my knees have started hurting just for no reason. And the other day I went to step out of somebody's way. Like I say, nobody looks where they're going. I went to step out of something and my knee buckled inwards like it was going to break, which just suddenly made me realise that my knee might need to be fucking cut open. I thought I got away with it, but I might have to get surgery on my knee because it's not stable enough. But yeah, it's like...
Death by misadventure.
Yeah.
He slipped and fell through the ball.
Happy Saturday, my magnificent and majestic brother of many talents, big brain, big beauty, member to big heart. Generally, only get 2. Yeah, you normally get 2 out of 3. This is it. And the thing is, as a person, you can be attractive, you can be intelligent, or you can be mentally stable. You know, you only get to pick 2 out of the 3. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. You know, like if you're intelligent, if you're intelligent and attractive, that's a very complicated life to lead. So you're going to be pretty pretty mentally unstable, no offense, but if you're very attractive, but if you're very smart and also very mentally stable, the chances are you're not that attractive. And it's just, you know, I don't like saying it, but, you know, I'd like to be all three, but, you know, you have to figure out which one of them you are, because it makes you much more aware of, you know, because the thing is, like, there's so much of this going around, this sort of like really aggressively positive kind of reinforcement. And I feel like it's kind of making some people delusional. It's making people think that they're everything all at once. And when reality kicks in, something reminds them that they're not. It's difficult for them to process because they've been living in this kind of delusion. And like I say, I don't think it's right to tell people that they're not as hot as they think they are, or they're not as intelligent as they think they are. But I think it's also kind of dangerous to allow people to live under certain delusions, because it makes them very unstable, because they begin to disconnect from the reality of life and the fact that, you know, we're all just human beings. Like, we all have qualities that are good and bad. And I think understanding what good qualities and what bad qualities you have makes you much more stable as a human being. But yeah, this kind of like everybody wants to just be perfect in every way. And then when the real world doesn't live up to that, they just retreat into their social media presence because they can pretend to be something that they want to be. But the more of a distance in between the reality of what they experience in life and what they, you know, what they put forward, that the bigger the distance between the two, the more mentally strenuous it seems to be. So yeah. Anyway, I'm too stable for this life. We do have an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB. Just gonna be right back. I don't really know when to end today. Feels like I've been streaming all day, but it's 6 o'clock. But I've only been streaming for 5 hours, so I might go for a little bit longer if that's okay with you guys. But yes, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. I'll be back in a moment, and then we'll carry on.
Please don't hurt me. 911, what's your emergency? I see, sweetie, but I'm sure they love you. Being a parent can be really hard. Is there anything I can help you with? Are they there now?
Fucking hell, dudes. Ooh. Yep. Oh, it's good. It's fucking good, dude. Best game. Right. Eat off there. And then do this business in here. Oh shit! Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Excuse me. You motherfucker. I need... Did we see my fucking partner just standing there not doing anything? So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat. But yeah, the guy, the soldier guy that throws grenades that don't hurt anybody apart from me. Excuse me. Yeah, let me guess, we can't jump up this way, but we can come back this way. Oof. Big oof. Yeah, okay, they've made it conveniently a little bit too... Fucking hell, breadcrumbs, pay attention. Fucking hell. They've conveniently made it a little bit too high. This is just a way back, not a way there. The basement. Oh dear. Excuse me. Cute. Oh, I love when I bleed her out of fucking waterfowl there. That's fucking satisfying. You got shish kebabbed. For God's sake. That's not how belly button piercings work. Come on. Oh my lord. It's Arkham Knight, chat. It's Arkham Knight. It's literally Arkham Knight. It's literally Arkham Knight.
You implying something, Mr. Pepper?
Me? Imply? Never. I just connect the dots.
Well then, connect them elsewhere. You're sniffing around the wrong mouse hole.
This is my office. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is my office. What are you doing here? See? My office. I can kick the windows in. It's fine. I think if we're a little bit less greedy, we can get this. I think. He's just opened up Prime Video. I can't see. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Generally, I only get 2 of those. Sure, I'm lucky. I'm just mentally stable, I think. Too stable for this life. I'll allow it. Biased as fuck. Also, I love the dentist stabby. I want coffee now after that coffee clip. How very dare you. I apologise. I apologise. But yeah, I've been fucking grinding. No pun intended. But really practicing my fucking pouring and like taking it seriously every day. And yeah, I'm still not really able to lock it in. but yeah, like a few times I've got some new beans. And I don't know if they've changed something about the way they're roasting them, but like suddenly I can't grind them as fine as I used to. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing. Because yeah, I've always kind of believed that the finer you grind and the finer your machine can. But there's a threshold to it, but I won't get into it. It's a bit complicated. But yeah, you want over 30 seconds, you want to extract 36 grams of liquid coffee from 18 grams of ground coffee, roughly speaking. Require a recent vid or pic of your pour. No, I'll Stabby jumping over to YouTube. I don't know if I've got, because yeah, if I don't do a good job, I tend to just delete it. Don't think I've got any videos. I've probably fucking deleted it. Vicious, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? But yes, there you go, Nilo. I don't know if you guys can see that. But Vicious, thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? What were you playing today? It says here you were playing, does it tell us? Hell is Us. Hell is Us. It was so fun. I'm glad to hear it. Except Uno Reverse. But I hope you're enjoying it. Sorry, I'm all over the place today. I haven't slept very well. I apologise. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How's it going? For those of you that haven't met me, my name is Breadcrumbs, and I can usually speak a little bit better than this. Yes, I'm a variety game streamer from the south coast of the UK, currently going for my 100% trophy list in Disco Elysium, but I've massively underestimated how complex some of these trophies are, and also how morally difficult it is to choose some of the dialogue options. Some of the dialogues are very difficult to choose. Because of what they imply or how they're worded, and I'm like, ugh, but I need to make my character into a certain person to unlock certain things to get certain trophies, so needs must. But yes, if you see me choose any dialogue options that seem a bit weird, please accept my apologies. I have to make a character be a bit fascist or be a bit communist sometimes because it unlocks certain things to, so yeah, it's a complicated game. Please understand that I am left-wing and very, very liberal and very, very open-minded about people, but yes, in the game I might have to choose some things, but yeah. That's majestic as fuck. I see your Uno Reverse up you with a communism. No, us. Damn, brother, making a good progress. Yeah, it doesn't happen like that every time. It doesn't happen like that every time. But yeah, I can do it, but I need to be able to do it on repeat, basically. But anyway, welcome in, Raiders. Fishers, is it okay if I do a shout out for you with a clip? Or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way. Whichever one you prefer. Welcome in, Raiders. It's lovely to have you. I appreciate that. But yes, Hell is Us. Hell is Us is the sort of futuristic alien type, like Melee Soulsy kind of game. And there's like monsters you have to hide from, and you've got a little drone that you fly around. I think I saw someone playing it. But yes, either is fine. Wonderful. Do one of them and do one of them. Non-raiders, please feel free to say hello to our lovely friend Fishers, who just raided. They were playing Hell is Us. Ooh, the clip shout out thing is not working. That's strange. Oh, hang on, I didn't even fucking... It didn't play on here. More post-apocalyptic, but yes, you got the train. Oh, it's post-apocalyptic, okay. Yeah, it didn't... Oh, why does it not like that? Hang on a sec, chat. Why is he not sending the chat message? Oh, excuse me. Revealing the secrets. Yeah, that should work. Streamerbot. What the fuck is your problem? What is your problem, Streamerbot? What are we doing? There we go. As you can see, you've got fishes over here, and then you've got the pet over here. So the drone goes off and like staggers them for you. Because I've only seen a few people playing it. So yeah, why did that not? Okay, so yeah, so the action works, but for some reason, the Stream Deck ain't doing its fucking job. Using why? It should be working. Future Breadcrumbs, double check why the Stream Deck isn't connecting to Streamerbot properly. And we'll go from there. Excuse me. Let me just refresh that. There we go. And get the chat back up. There we go. Excuse me. Stabby, raise DYPU democracy. Oh god, you're getting a bit ideologically focused. Sorry, I can't speak today, chat. Please excuse me. Drone has various things you can do based on the skills you can equip to it. Yeah, it looks like an interesting little companion character, and obviously it can fly to wherever you want to fly it, I suppose. But yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying the game. If you need to do your post-stream routine, please feel free. I completely understand. Obviously, you're welcome to stay. But yes, I appreciate after a stream you might have some bits and pieces to do. But thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you.
No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body. From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads
drones to deliver
identify the body
burritos.
on our own,
Yeah.
or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Yeah, because I mean, there have been a handful of drone deliveries. Like Amazon did some drone deliveries where, like, they would fly from a fulfillment center, and if it was nearby, they would fly the drone to deliver it. But I mean, arguably, like, I don't want to take a delivery job away from a delivery driver, because even though, like, it might not be the most glamorous job, I'd rather that job exist for people that are desperate to get a job. You know what I mean? Because yeah. If we continue to replace, like, everything with an automatic solution, like a robot or something, it's only going to exacerbate the labor shortages that plague a lot of the first world. And you've got generations of young people leaving education into a labor market that isn't prepared for the sudden influx of applicants. In the UK, we've got reports recently, I mean, like a year or two ago, claimed that we had 700,000 job vacancies, but we had 1.3 million unemployed. So we're almost at like a fucking 100%, almost 100% unemployed. If we were to hire everybody, if we were to fill those 700,000 positions, we would still have 600,000 people out of work. And it's like, that's pretty fucking scary. So whilst I understand that automation and, things improving over time is inevitable, it's unstoppable, I think the rate at which it happens and the manner in which the automation is installed needs to be staggered and also regulated, so that the company can't just let 15,000 people go in 1 week and create 15,000 people that need a job in 1 week. Because it has a significant and negative effect on the job market. And I think anybody who's currently looking for work will back this up. The application process at the moment is as bad as it's ever been. It's absolutely inhumanely bad how many hoops people have to jump through to get interviews for jobs. And the things that companies are allowed to get away with when it comes to hiring staff, some of them make my fucking skin crawl. Like, I heard about a tech job and somebody that worked for the company outed them because there was an internal problem that they were struggling to solve. And they said they needed to hire more resource, specifically in this particular kind of sort of wheelhouse of this kind of software problem. So what they did was, on the third round of interviews, they did with people, they were asking them to solve a problem to prove that they had the skill set. They didn't hire any of the people, but they implemented the solution that they got. And I was like, I would burn the building down. I would wait until the evening when everyone's home and it's only the security guard who's at the front, and I would burn that building down. That is absolutely disgraceful. And basically the person that found out this had happened made a post and said, hey, I designed that solution, that's my work, but I have absolutely no way of claiming it. Somebody who works for the company actually blew the whistle, and I'm now finding out about it over social media. So I'm putting out this post to warn everybody that works in the software architecture environment, don't do tests in interviews. Don't demonstrate what you would do in a given situation, because they'll use that solution for free and then not hire you. And I was like, fuck. It's fucking brutal out there, dudes. I mean, the tech center's particularly brutal, but it's brutal all over. But yeah, fucking hell.
All right. The station is going to want details, however. Let's examine that library card you found on the man's body. See if it has any clues. Then we...
Oh shit, sorry, Kim.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53.
Because I saw a video of one of those like little robot like buggies. It's like a crate on wheels, and it uses, you know, traffic data, and it uses the same as like the Google cars to like drive down the street to deliver parcels and stuff. And it can go in lifts and stuff. If there's disabled access to the building, you can get inside the building and go in the lift and go up to someone's front door and then leave. But someone had a video of it go like this. It was like a jetty without any barriers. It just drove down and then swerved to the right and just drove off into the sea. And I was like, to be honest, dude, if I was working as a delivery person right now, I would probably want to drive into the sea as well. I completely understand. But obviously not the intended behavior, but yeah.
His family member. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
We already decided to let the station handle this case, so there's no need for us to call the library. Good. We've examined the library card. That should be enough for our colleagues. Now we can call the station from my kinema and hand over the case.
Yes, we did this quest in the previous playthrough, so so we don't need to do it again. But yeah, as I say, I think the rapid automation of production lines and services, if it's not regulated and staggered in the right way, it just creates a shit ton of unemployed people when we've already got a shit ton of unemployed people. And I think at some point, governments and overall employment, you know, management sort of, you know, officials should be able to say, no, you're not allowed to just suddenly make that many people unemployed, you know? Like, you can't just sack 10,000 people, 6,000 people, 5,000 people, you know, in the space of a week because you found a machine to do it. I know you guys want to make a profit, but you operate within an economy that needs to support the populace of that economy. You can't just cast a bunch of people into fucking unemployment. And if you do, you're going to pay a lot more tax, you know? I think that there should be some more regulatory frameworks that basically hold the large corporations of any economy. So, like, let's say you're a big corporation, you want to operate in the British economy, you want to have shops on our high streets, you want to hire people from our, you know, from our populace or whatever. You are taxed appropriately for the damage you do, right? So if you create more waste, if you make us less healthy, if you make people unemployed, there's some way of balancing that out, because we've allowed outside entities to completely destroy our economy. So many large corporations that don't pay tax in our economy, yet they benefit from the economy itself. And yeah, it's a bit of shit show, to be honest. So yeah, like big American chains, I try to avoid them as much as I can, because
Inside,
yeah.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary. What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
Assign it to someone else, Alice. We've got enough on our plate.
Great. I'll give it to your colleagues. You don't have to worry about the case anymore. We'll send our officers to take away the body. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you? 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see as...
Oh. Care of that. Yeah, let's see if we can go and interview the Sunday friend, because I think it needs to be after a certain amount of time. It's Wednesday, and now it's day 4, which is Thursday. So, yeah, okay. Anyway. But yeah, the thing is, like, in an ideal situation, rather than having a delivery driver, you'd have a delivery driver who's piloting the drone to make the deliveries, right? So they don't have to go out on the road, they don't have to create traffic, but they're required. You replace it with, you know, a different job, right? And maybe some of the delivery drivers get first dibs on retraining to fly the drone, and then they do that from there. So you've changed the way things happen. You don't have to pay for a van, you don't have to pay for petrol, you don't have to pay the road tax or whatever. So there's still a saving, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to have like a fucking computer software flying the drone based on a heading that's, you know, generated, and that's why they'll crash into trees, and, you know, there'll be all sorts of fucking trouble. So yeah, because the thing is, when the way a job is done changes, but there's still a job for a human being, that's not a problem. I think that's, you know, the kind of advancement that's sustainable, right? But yeah, when companies these days find a way to optimize, they remove like a huge chunk of the workforce, and they're just, you know, they're just fucking cast out. It's like, fuck's sake, man. Like, you shouldn't be able to do that. A company shouldn't be able to just cut loose huge chunks of people. Because, yeah, it becomes the government's problem. Suddenly they need help with their rent, they need help with food, you know, because they can't find a job because there's no jobs. Because they've all been automated.
This door is made of no one answers.
Let's go. There's nothing to do here for us anymore.
Okay, so we've still got... Oh. Okay. Well, that seems to have solved that one. So all I had to do was go and knock on the door to remind it that we've actually done that, but never mind. So, from here, yeah, I think we need to make our way to the fishing village, and then we'll see if we can talk to those dudes and that person in the radio thing. See if we can help them open up the nightclub. Because, yeah, I think retraining people to do a job slightly differently, giving them different equipment for doing their job, but keeping them in a job, I think that's just the way we need to move forward. Because, you know, but they've, unfortunately, the governments and everyone else, they're so far behind and out of touch with technology, they don't realise this kind of degree of automation is going on. They don't realise. Before they can even understand that, you know, an entire sector is about to become completely null and void in terms of employment, it's too late. Those people have already been cut loose. But yeah, the way companies have started like cutting staff like so aggressively, is clearly not good for anybody other than, you know, the shareholders' profit values and everything. But that shouldn't be enough. Yeah, you shouldn't be able to do it. I know we need to, you know, we need to move forward, we need to evolve and everything, but we can't just leave a bunch of people out of work. It's just... because it makes people desperate, and desperate people do silly things, you know. Silly things can have negative effects for everybody. Right, so they're not there yet. Go and speak to them. Let's speak to a cell first.
The shaggy-haired girl kneels on the sea ice. She looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean. Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here. Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you. Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still. And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like
fair enough.
Crab, you say?
You saw him? Does it mean that you went in there? Did you see the other spooker, the one in Grandma's clothes? That's odd.
To walk out of the room. Yeah, I just walked out, you know. And this is, like I said earlier, like I've just, at this point, like if someone's going to contest something that I'm saying, I'm like, cool, whatever. I'm just going to fucking leave it because I can't. I haven't got it in me to argue anymore.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
But yeah, I feel as if some things could be delivered by drone, I think. You know, there's certain things that are robust enough that don't really... they're not going to suffer from being flown around in a drone. And if it can be, you know, if it is genuinely better for the environment for a drone using battery power that's been generated, electricity that's been generated cleanly, then, you know. But yeah, the fact is, you know, if you want someone to go out and deliver like 50, 60 parcels, you need a van. And if you need a van, then you need someone to drive it. And if you need someone to drive it, you need someone to insure them and pay the road tax and everything else. And that's just kind of how it be, right? But the other day I saw somebody in just a normal civilian car, not a van of any sort, but it was like up to here. Like all the seats were like up halfway up the windows with parcels. And I was like, fuck, man, I'm surely that's not safe, right? Because if you're steering and one of those parcels slides underneath your brake pedal, you're kind of fucking cooked. So I don't know if it's legal or not, but yeah, they were obviously out delivering for a company of some sort. But they just had a normal car. They didn't have a van, and I was like, I don't know if that's safe, right? But you know. Or she ran though. I think the crab walking thing might attack her, thinking she hadn't realised it's there. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, there's a certain kind of mindset where like you walk into a room and you see something that's sketchy and you're like, yeah, do you know what? I'm good. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna fucking not be part of this room, you know? Because yeah, like every now and again I go somewhere and like they're like, yeah, we're gonna go see this thing. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I walk down a staircase and I look around and there's no fire escapes and I'm like, I'm good, you know? I'm good. I know exactly what happens when there's a panic and there aren't enough fire exits, and it's not pleasant at all. So I'm good. I'm not gonna go to a nightclub that's underground and doesn't have adequate fire exits. It happened in my hometown. There was a fire. and everyone tried to evacuate. There was some big wheelie bins, some big dumpster bins in front of the fire exit. That means it couldn't be opened properly, but people about 2 or 3 rows back didn't know that, so they kept pushing, and they trampled a bunch of people to death. And I was like, fuck, you know. And they got the fire under control, and everyone vacated, but they found a bunch of people unconscious on the floor, and they'd been trampled to death. And I was like, fuck. People literally lose their minds, right? So yeah. Yeah, like if I go somewhere and I don't feel like any kind of air movement whatsoever, like, you know, when you go into a room, you're like, yeah, there's no ventilation here at all. You know, it's just, if there was a fire, this room would fill with smoke in like 4 minutes. It would be literally just full of fucking smoke in 4 minutes. That would limit people's visibility. It would make people start to breathe heavy. It would make people panic. Panicked people in a cramped room with only one exit, you know. You know, and I'm sure if everybody just calmly, just evacuated calmly, it would be fine. But people don't evacuate calmly. That's the problem. Which is why you have to have fire drills all the time. You have to have fire drills and make it really, really clear that you can get everyone out of the building in like 10 minutes. If you all just fucking walk normally, don't use the elevator, don't use the lifts. You just fucking walk down the stairs, single file, nobody pushes, nobody's got any bags on them. Everyone just evacuates calmly and, you know, quickly. It's fine. But you have to do that. You have to have fire drills every so often to remind people to do that. Because, yeah, time and time again, when there's been a problem, everyone just starts clambering over each other. And, it creates chaos.
Sorry. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
But yeah, there's been a few times where, there's this cool underground club. You got to go through like a fucking power station that's derelict. And I'm like, okay, cool. And we get there and I'm like, this is like a giant, great big, like underground, like space where they kept water for cooling a machine, right? This is a giant underground reservoir where they used to keep loads of water in case there was a fire. And it's bone dry, obviously, by now. And yeah, the only way out is the ladder we climbed down to get in here. That is pretty fucking dangerous. And I see people have wired up lights, they've wired up equipment, speakers, music, lights, smoke machines, and I'm like, I'm good. You know what? I'm good. I think I'm good. I think I'm good, you know? Gonna clean. Hope you have an awesome stream. I'll be like, thank you for the like, dude. I appreciate that. Bad idea, still bad idea. I'm like, yeah. And this is it. Yeah, it's really cool and edgy and stuff. But, you know, I've been to like underground raves where it was much safer, you know? And this is the thing, like doing something illegal doesn't suddenly mean that safety and regulations and like fire regs and everything, like human safety is, it doesn't matter how illegal something you're doing is, human safety is not something you can disregard. Like if you're going to have an illegal rave, you know, find a venue that's actually going to work as a venue. People can get in and out if there's an emergency, because it's your responsibility as the event organizer to do that, right? And I know you're not doing it legit, but that doesn't mean you can fucking let people walk into a death trap. Because yeah, the thing is, you're already going to try and pretend it wasn't you that set this whole thing up anyway, because it's an illegal rave. But yeah, if a bunch of people die because they just couldn't get out, yeah, that's on you, brother. You know, and they're like, well, they shouldn't have shown it. Well, they didn't fucking know that you hadn't figured out how people were going to get out of there. Yeah, when you're an events organizer, you've got to think about these sorts of, that's why you have venues, you know, and like, sometimes there's a derelict venue not even that far away. Sometimes like an extra fucking 20 minutes drive and there's an empty venue that's derelict that could have been used. And I'm like, yeah, you know, and that obviously did meet fire regulations at some point when it was in operation. So surely you could use that. But no, the fucking reservoir under a fucking derelict power station, yeah. Okay then.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
A silver bird feels strangely familiar.
Because yeah, this is the thing.
Expression? And if yes, then for what? Then your mind slips and the thought is gone.
Because there's going to be loud music, they want to be like sheltered, so they want places that are kind of sheltered away from the outside. But that then massively increases the risk profile. Whereas if you just set up the rave equipment inside the derelict power station, yes, there's a bunch of machinery and old bits of fucking metal and everything. It's dangerous, but you know, it is a fucking illegal rave. You've got to have some sense about you. But yeah, there'll be fire exits in that old power station. There'll be doors in and out all over the place. And all you've got to do is fucking make sure that they work, and then you're fine. But yeah, it got to a point where I feel like people were trying to compete about how secret they could make it. And yeah, people going on like fucking massive excursions well underground. And I'm like, if you broke an ankle or broke a leg and you couldn't move properly, there's no way they're getting you out. You can't carry somebody through like a fucking, like if the ladder you climb down is only big enough for one human at a time and you get injured and they haven't got any rope to pull you, you are fucking screwed. You're dying down there. You're going to bleed to death. Because not only can the paramedics not get to you, you can't get to the paramedics whilst you're losing blood. It's just fucking dangerous, man. It's fucking dangerous.
I don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
Like an illegal rave is an illegal rave. I don't want to sound like a spoil sport, but yeah, there's places you could have them where if shit does hit the fan, at least most people are going to get out alive, you know? And I think if you want to keep the rave scene alive, if you want to keep the illegal rave scene alive, you've got to have some degree of care for the people that are attending. Because, yeah, if you don't, yeah, people are just going to end up getting injured and then the whole thing falls apart and nobody shows up, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so we need a point for empathy to do this, right? Can I just put on some clothing that does empathy? Because I think I've already got reasonable amounts of empathy. Oh, no, I'm only 2. Okay. Yeah, go on in. You can have a point. You can have a point. Go on then.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
Because don't get me wrong, like I've broken into many derelict buildings to go look at stuff, you know, to look at like what a giant, great big, like hydro-powered, like a water-powered generator looks like a dynamo, like what do you call them? Where you've got like pressure, you get steam, you burn coal to create steam, to create a turbine, to create electricity. I'm not sure what you would actually call the mechanical apparatus, but obviously the bigger the requirement, the bigger the apparatus. And breaking into an old derelict power station and seeing like a fucking 60-foot tall like generator it's quite a fucking sight. And you don't see it anywhere else, right? But yeah, during the daytime when it's when it's quiet and you can sneak in there, yeah. But having a rave in the reservoir underneath it, yeah. They're just called turbines, yeah. So they're just called turbines, but yeah, they burn a bunch of, like I say, this reservoir was full of water, and then they would pump that water into a giant, great big chamber that was, you know, then cooked by coal fires. That would turn the water into like a train, basically, and that would turn the turbine and create electricity. Obviously, we've got much more efficient ways of doing it. Well, I hope we've got much more efficient ways of doing it now, much more advanced machinery. But yeah. But obviously there was basically like, you know, like a school gym. It's big enough for a basketball court, but that's about it. It's quite tall. Imagine a reservoir that big with a huge, great big inlet and outlet valve either side that were closed off, and then like a ladder to get down. That's where someone wanted to have a rave, and I was like, nah, do you know what? I'm good, dude. I'm good. You know, I'll give that one a miss. Yeah, and obviously it was fed by a river of some sort. I can't remember quite how it worked. It was like a 1950s power station, I think. I can't remember. But yeah, loads of derelict buildings, like aggregate processing. Like every now and again there'll be a location, usually near some train tracks, where there's a bunch of cheap land and you can put aggregate processing equipment, these giant, great big machines that take like lumps of like lye and fucking limestone and everything else, and they smash it down and grind it down into like dust so it can be used for things. And where they process clinker and stuff for making like concrete and everything. And yeah, they'll be derelict once that ceases to be. Once the materials they're gathering get so far away, it's not worth using anymore. So they move it to a different place, but they leave behind all this machinery for grinding up. And there's conveyor belts everywhere and everything. And they're kind of fun to break into. They're interesting to look at because obviously everything now is much more sort of inside a box. There's just a box that the stuff goes into and it comes out the other side, and you can't actually see the machinery because it's dangerous, unfortunately. But yeah, you look at machinery from like the 40s and 50s and 60s. It was way more sort of exposed to the air. It was more dangerous. You know, you look at like factories from the 50s and the 40s. and there'll be like a flywheel. There'll be like a fucking 24-foot flywheel, right? And there'll be like a little like 1-inch railing around it with nothing, like it's just the uprights and the railing, and there's nothing, like, there's no grate or anything like that. Like if you're walking and this flywheel apparently would be doing about 45 miles an hour. It's like, yeah, and you can see that the dust has built up more in like triangular shapes either side of it, and the floorboards are stained a different way because the thing was like wafting air out because it was this giant great big iron wheel that had been cast. And I was like, yeah, they used to climb on top of it and like try and like they used to climb on top and then just let it roll like that, and then they would try and like grip the sides and walk to start spinning it because it was so heavy, like a human, and then they would jump off at the last second once it kicked in. And I was like, oh my god, how many people has this machine killed? They're like, oh yeah, every now and again when they're dismantling these machines to actually make it into a new like factory, they take the machine apart, and inside the machine they find human bones, like fingers and like toes and stuff, and it's like fuck's sake, fucking grim. Yeah, the Industrial Revolution was a scary time, dudes.
A ridiculous amount of makeup.
A very old peat brick factory from back when they used to still burn peat in furnaces to heat up homes. It's filled with old lathes, machinery and all sorts. They also filled with big holes in the floor that drops like 10 meters. Yeah, where there used to be machines that have been removed and stuff, yeah. Ripe with bad juju, yeah. Right, when I first started taking pictures, I actually got some awesome pics, I think. Permission to post a link with the pics. Yes, make sure, wait a second, let me make sure I get your name correct this time. Right, you should be okay. Oh, flicker, fuck off. Go away. Oh, these are grungy. Oh. This is metal album cover stuff, dude. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. These are fucking lovely. Yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Thanks for sharing. Almost like the game, right? Yeah, I don't know if I've got any trying to remember what day, what year it was. Trying to remember what year it was. Obviously not that in focus, unfortunately. But yes, a little bit of urban exploration. Little bit of a ghetto skate park building. Broken glass and such. These are Canon RAW files. They open up and then the exposure, it loads the exposure afterwards. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, it adjusts the exposure once it finishes loading up the RAW file data. But yes. Some excursions were had when I first started. Yeah, no, your ability to fucking nail the focus, like everything was really, really sharp, and like the black and white ones, yeah, the black and white ones, it was really grungy. I was like, that could be, you could just put some like old English italic calligraphy some English calligraphy and just put like, you know, like sworn enemy, like metal cover band, or little album cover band, yeah. Full grunge, yeah, no, it worked. Yeah, I mean, the texture was so apparent. You could feel how gritty everything was in the pictures. Yeah, again, even when you first started, you had an eye for it, dude. Clearly, I wanted to see that one with the chain to see if you got the chain in focus as well as the background, but obviously the chain was out of focus. I was like, but it still works, But I suppose back then you weren't really compositing stuff. But yeah, the thing you were doing where you take loads of pictures and then you composite them to make a really sharp image. That came up the other day on Instagram, and somebody had some pictures of some insects and stuff, and it was like, fuck, like everything is in perfect focus, even though it's obviously quite macro, but not back then, yeah. Yeah, the old fucking the old excursions used to go on.
The wind howls. She remains
storming outside.
silent.
I can hear thunder. Yeah, it's still sunny over here. It's 24 degrees. So yeah,
it's real. Tell her.
It's real. I can tell her. Excuse me. I'm just check because I just mucked around with my was just mucking around with my NAS. So I just want to make sure that I haven't dropped any frames or anything, because that is usually the sort of thing that can do it. But this new Ethernet cable, I made my own Ethernet cable, and it's made a difference. So I can do 2.5 gigabits on my network now rather than just a gigabit. So yeah, it's improved. But yes, hopefully my ping's a bit better as well.
What is? I can't believe this turned into another mic thing. Fine. Okay, I'll stick to it.
Tomorrow it's going to be 26 degrees C here, and then towards Thursday it's going to get to like the 30s again. Big oof. Yeah. I don't know what the fucking weather's going to be doing here. It's kind of up and down at the moment. But we are 25-ish today. Yeah, it's going to get up to 29 by Thursday here. But yeah, 27 degrees tomorrow, 25 on Monday, 25 on Tuesday, 28 on Wednesday, 29 on Thursday, and then 28 on Friday. And then back down to 22 on Monday the following. So yeah. Mid to high 20s.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer? Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to. What is it?
Sorry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sorry, I have to choose some stuff sometimes just to unlock things later on. I know that sounds like an excuse, but yeah, the trophies in this game are really weird, so...
Yeah, man. That's why you were crying over a hat, yelling about regaining your authority, national pride. Man, that's because my equipment's on the ground. Or, I'm just gonna put this out there. Are you sure you're not having chick issues with some chick?
Perhaps.
Okay. Why'd you think that? Wow, man. That's pretty symbolic. Don't you think? Okay. What else? There you have it then, chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she? Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her? Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you? How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some...
I don't want to go back to that factory again now.
Thing?
Yeah, see what's different and see what's the same and see like how you view it and how you take pictures of it differently. But yeah, like, you know, old buildings and stuff, they're really genuinely interesting to take pictures of. And I haven't seen it yet, but I suspect over time somebody will catch on to this and do guided tours of like derelict factories and stuff. I know you can sometimes go and see a factory that's no longer in use, but it's obviously not derelict, right? It's maintained. It's not quite the same, right? Like I've been to factories before, like, you know, closed factories, factory tours. Like, this is where we used to make energy, or this is where we used to make tanks or whatever. And yeah, you get to see the assembly line and they've got mannequins pretending to do the job. It's a different vibe. When you go to like a derelict building, there's something about how inhospitable it feels that gives it a kind of edge that's kind of interesting to me. And yeah, to photograph them is a lot of fun, because the character they've developed is through decay, not through like conscious human interaction, right? They haven't been maintained or destroyed specifically by humans. Obviously there's broken glass and graffiti and stuff, which is the human element of the decay, but there's much more of a decay and patina that's kind of draped over everything, that it's just what time does to things that we don't look after. And yeah, I think there's something very interesting and symbolic about that. So yeah, derelict buildings, they're dangerous. Don't be an idiot. Not you, Kufitz, but just people in general. Be careful. I'm not telling you to go fucking jump out of a fucking derelict building window or climb on a roof. Oh my God. Somebody sent me some pictures. I got some really cool pictures from the roof of this derelict building, and I was like, you were just walking around on the roof of a derelict building. They were like, oh yeah, that's not a very good idea, is it? I was like, oh my fucking God, dude. How many fucking... I looked at the pictures and I was like, you must be at least 4 stories above the ground. He was like, yeah, it was definitely a 4-story building. And I was like, and you were walking around on that old corrugated, like, metal roof. Ooh, fucking hell, okay. Yeah, they got away with it. Pics for 2018, so it probably looks way different now. Abandoned is way different. You can feel the history. Yeah, you get the impression of that. You can feel that time has passed. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank. You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich. You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
Cool. Is there anything back here? No. Right, so let me go back to the whirling in rags and see. Hang on, is there anything we can do over here? Yeah, we can go. We can solve the egghead puzzle because I can just get the guide for that. There's a certain amount of dialogue choices you have to do in a specific order. So. Yeah, what is it's solve eggheads. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, I fucking. Oh, what is it called? Sorry. Just. Solve the egghead puzzle. So even though I've. Solve the egghead puzzle. It's going to link me to the fucking. It's going to link me to the thing I just had. Right. That's what we need to do, right? Excuse me one sec, chat. I'll be right with you. There's a very sort of specific list of things I have to do.
The young man with the tape recorder.
This is hardcore.
Say nothing. Still say nothing.
Hardcore to the mega.
Say nothing.
Coherent.
Still say nothing.
Encore. All right. Yeah.
Say nothing.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music in the very real air.
Hardcore. Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was no question.
But there was no question.
Back to the heavyweight
Right.
jam. Hardcore.
Say nothing.
Hardcore.
Still say
Hardcore
nothing.
mega.
Say nothing.
Internally coherent.
Still say nothing.
All right. Yeah.
Say nothing.
He furrows his brow as his
Hardcore.
So hardcore.
Is it though? But
It is.
I mean, really?
The question, what is the question?
No, but
Cool.
seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
Excuse me.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel
Daddy
like
Dennis
melodic
says I told
music
my
is
cat that I'm going to teach him to speak English. He looked at me and said, "Me, how?"
What a dialogue path. Yeah, so I saw a TikTok today and it was a German girl saying that her love language is like English, like British pleasantries, and she starts saying them in like a British accent. It's really fucking weird. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Did I save it? Oh, no, I don't think I saved it, did I? No, was it Instagram instead? Was it Insta? Did I save it on Insta? And yeah, we were talking about old school machinery. So these old school machines, they had little oil galleries, little oil wells with glass, like glass cups with like, and they fill them with oil every day. And obviously they distribute a thin film of oil rather than having an oil gallery distribution system like an engine block. These machines had these little wells of oil that they used to fill up, and that would lubricate the machine throughout the day. Really fucking interesting. No, I don't think I, yeah, that was what I saw. Someone scratching a layer off of the fucking camera and like kind of killing it a little bit, which is fucking bonkers. But no, I don't think I fucking saved it, unfortunately. I don't think I fucking saved it. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. What I need to do is have like a playlist where I save them all and I can find them to talk about on stream later.
Isn't something holding it
But
back
yeah.
from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
Always with puns or memes, yeah.
If anything,
Yeah, the Orc Ward, that one, I had to share that way. That was so good. Made a bad joke and it didn't land. They sent me to hospital because of the damages, and yeah, it was very Orc Ward.
Hardcore.
It is, isn't it? I knew it. But how could it become harder core? I know the answer in my heart, but cannot sink it in my head. If this is not hyper, how could anything be? Uh-huh. Oh.
Excuse me, just checking my... Oh, you've done it again. You fucking rearranged my fucking... Whenever I refresh certain websites, it rearranges everything and breaks everything. It's so annoying. Excuse me.
No! This is the answer! What? Guys, there's something happening in his head. Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
I know! So does mine! Yeah! No nation, but transnation! No war, but class war!
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as fault reading.
Yeah! Reversion imperative!
Unless you were thinking Reversion imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with Eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
Hardcore superstar!
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a
Need to
tape
trick to copy all the lines in my streamer bot to a text file. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to do that.
Yeah! With a rebel yell!
With a rebel yell, I want more. Yeah, in StreamerBot, with an action, in the sub-actions, if you go to core and file IO, you can write to a file, and you can append, which will add it on the end. So you can choose a file to write to, and then you can put various variables that, you know, have like been generated by processes, and then you can append stuff to a file. So you can add stuff, you can make a list of stuff. That's what I do with a lot of the list based functions in my streamers. I just have stuff added to lists in text files, and then you can pull that from a text file later on. About many puns didn't work for me. I will try. Yeah, I mean, make sure you select append, so it's adding it on the end of the file, and then make sure the text file is somewhere that it can access. And yeah, I don't know if it needs to be a specific kind of text file, but yeah, you can then you what you can do is you can create an action that uses the what's it called? Get user info for target. And what that means is whoever redeemed the redeem that triggers it, or did the command that triggers it, it will gather all the information. So it will gather what they said in the message, but also it will gather their username and the time and date and a few other bits and pieces. And they're all variables inside %. So you can then, you know, say create a line in the text file with %, username, or whatever it's called, %, and then space, you know, inverted commas, you know, %, you know, message, and you can build like basically like a list of variables formatted in a way that creates the line of text you want, but it will pass those variables as it processes, and it saves that line to the text file. And then you can have all kinds of stuff like the count, like when you guys redeem stuff, it counts it for me, and also yeah, it keeps track of variables for me as well, so I can sort of use those in other sort of functions, which is kind of useful. But yeah, just TXT, yeah.
I can be an ultra. If you want that, do you want me to be an ultra?
Please don't turn him into an ultra-liberal.
Oh, jeez. Please don't do that. There's enough exploitation in the world.
Aye! Capital rules the nation. Eat the poor. Dark hardcore. Jermaine Egghead.
Basically, yes it is.
All right. Here comes the night.
Cool. Right. Let me save the game there. One moment. Let me just snooze this out as well. Oh, excuse me. I'm just going to snooze that ad break. Roomholder, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. Yes, unfortunately, yeah, 6 hours is long. 6 hours is long enough. I don't want to overdo it. So let me save the game there, and I'll jump you guys over to the to the raiding stream. We can hang out over here briefly. I need to figure out how I'm going to recreate this. And we'll see who is on for a sneaky little raid. But you guys have got your raid messages in chat. First one is for subs. Second one is for non-subs. Please feel free to copy and paste whichever one pertains to yourself. I'm going to grab a tab over here so I can see who's on. And we can go say hello to somebody. Unfortunately, it breaks it up into like 9 different sections, so I can't just see who's on. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Assassin's Creed, ooh, somebody playing the original Dead Space. Nilo, welcome in to the Twitch side of things. We've got somebody playing Red Dead, Until Dawn, Assassin's Creed, Silent Hill Homecoming, Lies of P, Battlefield 6. Just chatting, chess, ooh, Resident Evil 3, V Rising, Witcher 3. Balatro, Pragmata. Ooh, Pragmata's a good one. I need to play. I need to fucking play. I need to play Pragmata at some point as well. Let's raid. Let's raid. Trying to find somebody we haven't raided before, but yeah, I have been streaming and raiding out for 5 years, so it's quite a lot of people that I've raided before. We've got one creator doing Divinity Original Sin 2. We've got somebody playing Elden Ring, Tainted Grail, Counter-Strike, Resident Evil 3. Retro Rewind Video Store Simulator. Oh, there's too many chat. There's too many people. There's just too many people. Okay, let's go with somebody that I know and trust. Let's go with... chat, there's too many people. Let me just check this person real quick. I know this person. Maybe not the vibe. Maybe not the vibe. I wish there was a way to do this, to go through all the people that are live and figure out who I'm going to raid before the raid is due. Done with the most. Welcome in. Seems coming. Yes, no, I was a little bit late getting started today, but I did stream for 6 hours, and I could go on. I could comfortably go on for another 2 or 3 hours, but I shouldn't. I need to keep my streams to sort of around the 6 hour mark. I did do a couple of 4 hour streams, so I do feel bad, but yeah, I want to keep it to about 6 hours. I think that's a good length of time for the video. I mean, speaking of which, the YouTube video can end here. YouTube, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you guys a lot. Don't forget to like and subscribe. The next stream will be on Monday, 5 p.m. UK time. I need to keep an eye out on my dashboard for the ad break because, I've got a minute. That's fine. I've got a minute. That's okay. That's plenty of time. So, and this is the thing. As I'm fucking trying to select a raid, more people go live, and I'm like, I bought Schedule 1, so I've been playing that all day. Well, I hope you've been enjoying it, dude. I hope you've been enjoying it. Quite a popular game, right? Anyway, let me have a look on this list again and see if I can just choose somebody. Let's just choose somebody. Let's go here. This creator is fucking hilarious. They've fucking absolutely cracked me up multiple times, so I'm sure we'll have a good time over here. Let me grab my own raid message here. Using what? And copy and paste. Make sure it works. No, it doesn't. There we go. Cool. Right, so that's all copied and pasted. Right, let me get the race started. So yes, Nyx is fucking hilarious. I love this guy. They make a lot of music and stuff as well as streaming. And they play all sorts of stuff. They did a bunch of Souls games. They're playing a Big Walk, which is another sort of friend slop game, but it is by the people that made Untitled Goose Game, so I imagine it's going to have a bit better quality. I imagine it won't be full on like, you know, friend slop like some of these other games. But they're fun, but they are obviously a bit sloppy, you know? But yeah, this game looks like it's a friend slop game, but it's made by a studio that cares a bit more about quality and everything. So it looks a little bit more professional. And I'm interested to see what it's got to offer. I'd love to play it at some point with some people because I don't think it's that expensive. But yeah, an Untitled Goose Game was fucking hilarious. So yeah, still want to play it. It looks pretty good. Yeah, we can definitely play because yeah, they are a lot of fun. I call them friend slop because they are, but they are still fun to play. I just don't buy them with the intention of playing them again after we play them one time, and I'm okay with that. Because I get a stream, I get some clips, I have a fun time. You know, it's as long as they're not. I'm not going to buy a friend slop game for like 40 quid, 50 quid. Because yeah, we'll play it like 3 or 4 times, and then everyone will stop playing it, right? But if it's like a tenner or something, then it is. Yeah, it's not too bad, you know. But yeah, 20 hours of extremely fun game. Yeah, exactly. It's 15, 20 hours of extremely fun gameplay. So if it's like 10, 15 pounds max, I'm kind of okay with that. You know, as long as we play it a couple of times, we've enjoyed it. But yeah, when they get to like 25, 30 quid, 40 quid, I'm like, whoa, that's a scam. That's a scam. Anyways, the race is going to go through in a second. I'll see you guys next time. As I say, next stream will be on Monday. Much love. I'll see you over there.